ISS HD. ISS HD. Go to IBM. That shit's pretty good. Yo, I've never seen shit like that, dude. There's fucking like lights flashing on the fucking dark side of the earth. It could either be cosmic energy, cosmic radiation that's causing this lights, or it could be like like UFOs or some shit, you know? That was cool. Seems like it's some cosmic radiation. There's something in my eye. That was really cool. Like I've never seen shit like that. Maybe we'll get some more water. Man, life is crazy, dude. I mean, I wouldn't say life is crazy. I mean, it's nice for me, but shit, dude. Like, I need to do the real estate or some shit so I can live my best life. Cause I'm tired of like I'm tired of not having money for shit. Tired of not being able to like have people do stuff for me. Like I would have someone like at my house fucking doing all these chores and shit. Uh, or some kid or whatever. I don't know. I'd pay somebody to take care of me. Cause I just feel like, especially if you don't have like a wife, if you don't have a wife and she's like not taking care of everything and shit, like this shit kind of sucks, man. Like shit becomes a burden. Shit becomes a burden, but you know it's not too bad as long as you keep up on it. But it's still a lot. Like all this dishes and the laundry and keeping everything clean and doing all the recycling and the trash and get the food, get the water, on top of everything else in life. Trying to stay healthy, trying to have fun, trying to learn, trying to become better. But anyway, I'm really excited to try this new multi-family mindset. What is it called? I guess training course. Multi-family mindset training course by Tyler Devereaux. I don't know exactly how you pronounce it, but he sounds French. He sounds French like me. I'm French as well. My French last name is Berthault or Berthaud. I don't know. I don't even know how it's pronounced, honestly. But my grandma's last name was Berthault or Berthaud. I don't know. It's like it's pretty cool though. My grandma is so awesome, dude. I wish everybody could have known my French grandma. I wish I recorded her more. Like I wish I could go back in my life and see all the awesome moments that I had with her and all my family. Because it's really sad that I can't go back, man. It's just sad, man. We need to develop time travel or some shit, man. I doubt that we could develop time travel, but I wish we could develop time travel because then we could see our loved ones, man. I'm gonna go fill up my water. I'll be right back. Should go pop a lasagna in the oven too. Fucking hungry. Some orange juice. Alrighty. Okay? You okay, Dad? You okay? I hope you feel better. I have my thing on airplane mode for the past day, but I'm not sure. I can check. It's been on airplane mode for like a day, so I don't know. Let me look. I'll take a look for you. Yeah, she just said be as helpful and cooperative and harmonious with Dad as possible, hon, heart. She just said be as helpful and cooperative and harmonious with Dad as possible, hon. Exactly. Love you so much, Dad. She didn't say anything to me either. But yeah, how much she didn't even text you or say anything. Damn, what the fuck? It's like hot in here right now. Take care of myself too. All right, so let's take a shot. Take a shot. What the hell is this? There we go. Okay, so what's going on? What's going on? Okay, so let's get some air in here. Oh yeah, I want to do the multifamily mindset. It's fucking hot here. The multifamily mindset. That's what I'm interested in right now. I got my water. Oh shit, I feel like crap, dude. Aimed on me now. There we go. Damn, it's hot in here. What the fuck? Fucking wrong with the fucking life, dude. Fucking bullshit. I'm so tired of like now. I'm fucking feeling hot. The fuck? Oh man. Let's take a shot. Oh yeah. I miss you, Grandma B. Miss you, Grandpa Roger. Fuck. Forgot what I was even gonna fucking stream. I don't even know what the hell I'm doing. Oh yeah, I'm watching fucking satellite feed. So I'm watching a satellite feed. I want to fucking figure out how the UFOs work. I want to do the fucking multifamily. I'll learn how to do multifamily real estate deals. I want to watch the satellite feed. I want to do the multi-family mindset real estate deals. I want to figure out how the UFOs work. I want to come up with good businesses / companies and projects. I want to make music and do YouTube and live streams. Maybe I should teach people how to do CE5 with lasers and charge a good fee to teach them how they can do CE5 contact. With high power lasers and lights and telepathic intent, as well as recording the contact. I could probably, I could probably teach people how to do CE5 just like Stephen Greer, especially since he was a part of my team and he was on our team and we had him brief, and I have some really amazing credentials behind me too to really back up that I really know my shit and that it's really worthwhile to learn from me, because I'm a part of the biggest people in the world that are in the movies and TV shows and news and the congressional briefings and everything, like little conferences, and the ancient alien shows. I know everybody on there. So I could easily like take over teaching people CE5 like Stephen Greer.
Hospital in Maryland, threw himself from a window and was killed as a suicide, which I am thoroughly convinced was not the case. Secretary Barstow was murdered.
Really talk about this crap.
And I spent the breaks of several years,
at least hundreds of years. And then I went to yes, basically that's what happened. Hardware vacation, but force had tested
where there were.
They did not proclaim what the problem had been. What I just explained to you is how I think the missiles went down had to do with a bench test that Boeing did. And we know this because we talked to the Boeing engineers, and they're the ones that told us that by sending a particular signal at a particular frequency, it would upset the stable platform of the guidance control system.
And that's a scary thought right there. If the missile did manage to launch, it could have gone anywhere.
Well, that's why it shut down.
Right.
It wouldn't have launched. It wouldn't have launched unless it was probably oriented towards its target.
Now, let me ask you this. The Malmstrom incident in 1967 certainly was not the only time that this has happened. It's not an isolated incident. And we've heard of others But how widespread do you think this may have been ultimately, where there were other incidents that haven't made its way into the public?
Well, in my latest book, I've identified at least a dozen other incidents that impacted our nuclear weapons in one way or another. Going back to actually 1945, even before the first nuclear test. UFOs came over Hanford nuclear site, which was producing plutonium. But as far as interacting with our missiles, it happened in the 50s in White Sands. And you're going to talk about that, I think. The 50s in White Sands, the 60s, Atlas. We have a witness that has come forward, talked about when he was in charge of an Atlas missile. That was in 62, probably. 64 is the Bob Jacobs incident, which you'll probably talk about, out of Vandenberg Air Force Base. So, and then we had other incidents, such as the one, excuse me, 75 again, Malmstrom. We had incident in the Netherlands in 1979. We had the Rendlesham incident, and these were places where nuclear weapons were kept, stored. UFO comes over, shines a beam of light on the storage facility, and simply flies off. What I take from all this aggregate of incidents is that they were simply sending us this message that I started with. Let's get rid of these things. They are not weapons of war. They're weapons of mass destruction. All they can do, if used, would be to annihilate every living thing on this planet.
Last month,
and what you mentioned, Mr. Salas, and something that I want to bring up is some cases that we will be covering today will be ones that happened in White Sands, New Mexico, even in Roswell as well. Vandenberg, which I believe is one of the most, I think, most famous and well documented. Then we have Rendlesham, the one in Soviet Ukraine in 1982, along with the Ellsworth Air Force Base in 1966 as well. Have you covered the majority of those in your books?
Yes. Yeah, at least I briefly touch on them. Of course, I know a lot more about all those. I've been studying this for some 28 years now, and I've talked to just about all the witnesses of these incidents that you mentioned. So yeah, this has been going on for a long time. And again, it's a message: get rid of your nukes. Next question.
Hold on, Christina. What I wanted to ask you was last month I spoke to you before your press conference. And at the presentation of this and the subject of it, which is interference with our nuclear systems, possibly by extraterrestrials, what we didn't know then was where we would be today. Now, did the press follow up, which is the reason why you have a press conference? Did they follow up with that? And today, everything that you had presented in the press conference is something that we need to pay attention to right now, as this rhetoric has been ratcheted up to levels that we haven't ever heard before on this planet.
Well, I didn't get as much press as I'd hoped for. We did get a press report done in the Military Times, I think it was, the New York Post, the Washington, not the Post, but the other Washington newspaper. But more importantly, I think the press conference that we did do in October of last year, I think it had an impact on what finally went into the National Defense Authorization Act that section that now requires agencies in the government to report, to study and report back to Congress on the UAP, unidentified aerial phenomenon, including incidents involving nuclear weapons.
This is
So I think we did have that
danger
impact. At least I'm going to take credit for that.
And well, no, I have something I want to ask Jimmy.
Sure,
So
sure.
with everything that we're talking about here today, the things that you've witnessed, the things that you've talked about in your book, what's your opinion on the current situation given newer guidance system technologies and all of this? And also, Ronan, thank you so much for the super chat, super sticker, and Joseph as well. I really appreciate it. So what are your thoughts on all of this, Mr. Salas?
Well, are you talking about whether or not ET would intervene if we started a nuclear war? Is that your question? Or
Yes.
okay. Well, for that, let me just say that I think what shut down my missiles was controlled by extraterrestrial intelligence. And I think they've been here at least hundreds of years, probably more like thousands, maybe even millions. They've been visiting planet Earth. They have not to this point shown an interest in invasion of planet Earth, subjugating humans, civilization. In my opinion, they want humanity to evolve. They are observing
Session
us
of
to
our
see how
hearing,
we handle
citizens hearing on disclosure order.
our evolution, our development.
Gentlemen, if you would rise and
specifically
repeat
with
after me, I'd
respect to
appreciate it.
wars.
I do hereby affirm
We've had a couple
that I will
wars,
tell
a
the
few
truth
wars, very serious wars.
and nothing but the truth
Crises,
to this committee today. Thank you very much.
and
We'll begin with
whether or
Captain
not
Roger
they
Salas. Am I
interceded
pronouncing that
to
right, sir?
stop
Salas is correct. Thank you.
the war. I know there's been requests by generals. I know General Westmoreland requested nukes against in Vietnam. General MacArthur requested his president Truman to use nukes against the Chinese during the Korean War, and yet we still haven't had a nuclear war. Now, I can't tell you whether or not ET would intercede. However, in my opinion, they want us to resolve the question. They want us to resolve what we have created and evolve. Because I think more than likely an advanced civilization as theirs is would have gone through a similar process of evolution. They may have started warring among themselves and then finally figured out a way not to continue doing that. So we've got to take that. It's on us. It's on us basically to resolve this question, and that's my opinion. That's just an opinion.
There was a response or a non-response from the United States in that we didn't choose to elevate our systems or activate our systems or respond back in kind. We chose to ignore that. Is that part of, I'm talking about Putin's comments, is that part of an evolutionary response, right? Is that the correct way to do this, is not to engage? And is that part of us possibly moving on and maturing as a human race?
I think it was an intelligent response. We did not say we're going to increase our readiness for nuclear war as Putin did. That was an intelligent response to that. However, I don't think it shows much of an evolutionary state when we have about at least 1,500 nuclear weapons operational right now. The Minuteman system is still operational, only it's Minuteman III now. but it can be launched within minutes. So we don't need to up our status. If we decided to go to a nuclear war, we could launch missiles within minutes, as could the Russians. So
there was, and Christina,
Well, you know,
real quick, I just was saying this and I'm handing this over to Christina. There was one interesting thing that applies to exactly what we're talking about tonight that developed this week. And I'm wondering if you thought about this, Bob, and that is we had a scheduled Minuteman III test that was canceled. Now, was it canceled because we didn't want to elevate the situation? Was it canceled because maybe we couldn't fire the thing? Right? Did you think about this?
Well, I have no way of knowing that. It was probably, see, what we do at Vandenberg Air Force Base is we now and then we'll have a test launch of an operational missile. We did that when I was at Malmstrom, and they probably just canceled this test of a operational missile just to test the crew's readiness, things like that. And yeah, it was probably because we didn't want that to be in the news and Russia or North Korea think we were getting ready for nuclear war. We didn't want any escalation, which is the right thing to do.
I think ET was saying, not right now. You can do it later. Christina, you had a question.
well, let's see what the future holds. We do have a listener question. So thank you, Dan, for the super chat support. It asks, are our nukes shielded? For example, Faraday cage. Do you know anything about that?
Well, what I can tell you is there has been a lot of work done after our incident. I know they did a lot of work on electromagnetic pulse. So and I did mention that our cabling systems are shielded against electromagnetic interference. So rest assured, we've got state-of-the-art shielding against any kind of stray electronic interference.
And then another listener question by David, also thank you. It says, Skinwalker Ranch, which land surveyors say has radioactive deposits. Is it possible they're trying to prevent something besides human annihilation? What do you know about Skinwalker Ranch?
Well, I've heard all the stories about Skinwalker Ranch. I've also heard that there may be radiation on the ranch. And I've also know that some of the incidents of UFOs coming close to humans or humans coming close to UFOs that resulted in radiation exposure. So what I can tell you is that ET knows in great detail about how not only our nuclear weapons, but our nuclear power plants operate. The Russians attacked recently. They made a point of getting control of Chernobyl. And Chernobyl is still hot, as everybody knows. It's still radioactive. And I think one of the reasons they wanted troops there is because that would be something that we would not want to attack. We would not want to throw shells at it or bombs at Chernobyl for fear of exposing a lot of people all over Europe to a lot of radiation, as happened in 1986. So nuclear power plants, nuclear weapons are all of great interest to ET.
Well, thank you for that answer. And Dan, thank you for the super chat. Skyhawk has a question, and it says, I have great respect for Mr. Salas. After you were done with the nuclear discussion, please ask what he thinks about the absence or ignoring of the Air Force to the UAP issue.
Yeah, that's a great question.
That is a great
I
question.
know you've been paying attention to what's going on, Bob. And certainly, you know, with the Air Force, you have a great interest there. Why are they AWOL right now when it comes to the UAP issue?
Because they have a lot to answer for. The Air Force basically initiated the cover-up back at Roswell, right? And so, and they've been waffling about Roswell ever since. They've been changing their stories about, you know, where they just, you know, practice dummies, etc. But so, and then again with Robert Hastings' book and my books, and we've exposed the fact that there have been many incidents of UFOs around nuclear facilities. The Air Force knows it. A lot of people know it, and yet they don't want to say anything about it. At least not publicly, at least not at this point. But they're eventually going to have to respond. I don't think there's any way out for the Air Force to not respond because so much is known about these various incidents that have happened throughout for the last 70 years, basically.
Now, we have spoken a lot, and we're very aware of land base and Minutemen and missile silos and the interference there. But what about submarines? Are there any incidents? You know, the Navy's in the news right now, right? So is there any evidence of UFO activity over nuclear submarines that are armed with nuclear missiles?
Well, have you ever heard of the Shag Harbor incident,
Of
1967?
course.
Yes.
Yeah.
Shag Harbor was a base, I think it was a sub base, used by both the Canadians and the U.S. Navy, and there were objects seen coming out of the water near there by fishermen, and objects seen flying or moving underwater, and so I'm nearly positive that the Navy has seen these objects underwater with submarines or surface ships. We know that these objects can fly out of the water. They were seen during the Tic Tac videos. We know they can go into the water and then operate underwater. So chances are they've got underwater bases. So I think, again, the Navy has a lot to explain about all of that because they've probably been seeing these for a long time. Shag Harbor happened in '67. So that's my answer.
That story is rather fascinating and one that Jimmy and I have briefly talked about. Ronan, thank you so much for the super sticker. And it looks like we have a super chat as well by Trevor. It says one of his men was injured at Maelstrom. How? Are you aware of that? I didn't know anything about this.
Yeah, Bob, you did mention that earlier, and I'm not sure if I caught that over the years. I don't want that to get away from us.
Yeah.
How was he injured?
Yeah. Just before my security guard hung up the phone after the second call, he said, "I have to go. One of the guys got injured."
Mm-hmm.
And so later on, after I spoke to him again, I asked him about the guy that got injured. He said it wasn't too bad. He had cut his hand, and you know, I'm trying to remember. I tried to remember exactly how he had cut his hand. It was a pretty serious gash. Probably grabbing the barbed wire fence that surrounded our facility. I don't know why he was grabbing it, but I did get validation of that I've got a letter from some of the airmen that were back at the barracks when this man returned to the barracks, and he said there was two rumors. One, he shot his weapon at the object, and somehow the recoil injured him, and the other possibility was that he did cut his hand on the barbed wire, but it was a relatively minor injury. It was not caused by the UFO firing a weapon at him.
Yeah, it wasn't a plasma laser beam.
No.
So, hey, Bob, you and I live in Southern California. We're practically neighbors. We've got Vandenberg right here, and we can see the test, especially at night. We can go outside and see these things, and it's unbelievable to witness. And it's one thing to talk about missile silos being shut down, but during some of the tests out at Vandenberg, this has happened midair, where ET craft have come into play in a couple of incidents, purportedly firing laser beams, right, and effectively stopping the test. Can you talk and expand on that?
Yeah, this was the incident in 1964. Bob Jacobs was in charge of a film crew. Had a very sophisticated video camera, is able to track a launch of an Atlas missile and the release of its payload. It was a dummy payload. It wasn't a real live nuclear weapon. But it was the same size of the payload. And on that film that he took of that showed clearly a UFO object run circles around this payload while it was traveling at about 15,000 miles per hour and shooting beams of light at it, or laser beams possibly, and deflected its trajectory. So again, showing that not only could they disable our missiles, but if we launched missiles, they could deflect the payload. Now, again, showing how advanced their technology is and how cognizant they are of how our systems operate.
And of that incident, I do have a simulation according to the description, and I'm going to play that video, and it'll play twice for everyone to see. So as you could see with that, I found that pretty fascinating that a craft, and again, this is merely a simulation based off of Robert Jacobs' story. But what's fascinating about that one in particular, and it seems like it's a reoccurring theme, is that you have this very fast moving craft. And at this time, this missile was going about 8,000 miles per hour, I believe. And yet it was still stable enough to shine a beam on this missile and disarm it. How many stories have you heard of something like this happening, Mr. Salas?
No, that's the only one I've heard about that is has been well documented and supported. His commander, Major Mansman, has supported his statement. Robert Jacobs' account of the incident, and also Mansman's wife has also written a letter supporting it. So it's documented in that way. And if you have ever met Robert Jacobs, he's a pretty credible guy. So I believe him.
And he's done some pretty fascinating interviews where he really does stick to his story. One thing that really struck me while we're on this case, because I'll be honest with you, it's one of my favorite cases while on the topic, but one thing that he had mentioned, and specifically he mentioned it to Robert Hastings, which he ended up documenting in his book, but he had stated when he was being debriefed by the CIA, which he stated that they were just several men in gray suits, they asked him first off, where was he playing a joke when recording this? This couldn't have been real. But when he had said, well, I do believe that it could have been UFOs, the men in black, right, the CIA ended up stating, well, you saw nothing, you cannot speak of this. What I found really interesting about this story was that the other person that was in the room was his superior mansman. And he had stated, or he had whispered in Mr. Roberts' ear, stating that, and I'm going to read it to you directly, what was documented. He said, Lieutenant, if you were ever tortured in the future, somebody has got you up against the wall and they're frying your private parts with fire. You must tell them that it was just laser tracking. However, laser tracking wasn't a thing in 1964. And I found that kind of compelling that his superior would whisper that in Mr. Jacobs' ear to say, hey, if anything happens, if you're being tortured for any aspect, just lie.
Well, I don't know if you've ever read the Roswell book, but a lot of the witnesses were terrified by the military in order to keep them from talking about what they knew. This is very serious. Let's say the highest classification of any subject in government, I think. And that's why we're going to have a lot of trouble getting the facts from the intel agencies and other agencies. We're going to have our work cut out, even with congressional push to get to the facts. But anyway, I certainly believe what Robert Jacobs said. I think the people that are holding these secrets will stop at nothing to keep those secrets.
Yeah, all you got to do is mention men's private parts, and we men tend to shut up.
Well, we're coming up against the halftime of the show. Jimmy, do you have any final questions for Mr. Salas?
I do actually, Bob. And again, thank you for taking the time. And we're all stressed out right now. This planet is stressed out. Are you, when we hear something like this, coming out of Putin, and we have these horrific thoughts of possibilities, are you comfortable with your past experiences that, you know what, it's words, but I'm not worried about this? How do you take those words, and how do you feel?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that question. I just would like to state that this country of Ukraine, a democratic country, strong people, courageous people, need our support, and not just with weaponry. I think it's time to confront Putin, frankly. I know he's threatened nuclear war. I think he's bluffing, but even if he isn't bluffing, we need to confront him. Otherwise, he's going to use this as blackmail, which, by the way, Russia and other countries have used and will continue to use nuclear weapons to blackmail the rest of us into allowing them to do their will. So even if it means risking nuclear war, I think it's time to confront Putin and bring in NATO support, and at least set up a no-fly zone over Ukraine. I think it's time to really help the Ukrainians out in that way, and that's just my opinion.
Well, I want to say thank you so much for taking the time to be with us, Mr. Salas. Where can people find you online?
Well, I'm on Facebook. I'm on Twitter. My Twitter handle is KepTycho, KEPTYCHO. Bob Salas is my YouTube channel. They can go to my YouTube channel and see my entire press conference from October 19th. Also, my explanation of what happened at Malmstrom is on there in a 39-minute video that I made. Goes into a lot more detail about the Malmstrom incident. So Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, there you go.
Bob, you're the very
Fantastic.
best. You're the
Well,
very best. Thank you so much.
And
Thank
now
you, guys.
thank you. And I will place all the links in the description box below for the details for you, Mr. Salas, of all your internet links. I want to say thank you again. And we're coming up against a break where we'll have a brief segment with someone who has been doing a lot of research into the UFO and nuclear situation. So we'll be back after this. So let's go ahead and play our special guest.
Yeah, the article that we featured there at the debrief, which was titled UFOs Disabled Weapons at Nuclear Facilities According to These Former USAF Officers, was in response to incidents that have actually been occurring for many years, about which there was an event held at the National Press Club in Washington last October, and that, of course, coordinated by Robert Salas, who I think is a friend of the UFO community indeed, because he, as one of the experiencers, one of the former military officials who actually was a part of events like this, he can speak firsthand about how concerning this is as a national security issue. You know, essentially, since at least the 1960s, we had numerous instances where UAP appeared over various high security facilities. We had Wurtsmith Air Force Base, Malmstrom, Minot, and a few others. And again, in addition to UAP, there were a number of, concerning elements that were reported during these instances that included the apparent capability of these objects. And again, I would hesitate just to call them phenomena. They appear to be a technology because they also appear to be able to take our missile defense systems offline temporarily. Again, I couldn't think of very many better examples of a national security concern emanating from UAP. Unfortunately, of course, with the passing of the fiscal year 2022 National Defense Authorization Act, we also have what was talked about a lot late last year, even after this story that we covered there at the debrief, which was the so-called Gillibrand-Rubio Amendment, which was passed into law with the NDAA earlier this year. And it specifically mentions the fact that forthcoming UAP investigations by the government should look at incidents that occur around nuclear sites. But one of the more concerning things, at least in recent months, to me, had been the fact that despite the attention a subject like this should receive, and I'm very glad our lawmakers in Washington take it seriously enough to pass into law a bill that actually addresses this in part, the media had been fairly slow in their response to this. I saw very little coverage of the event there in Washington back in October, which, again, to me, it really underscores a very important issue in the broader context of UAP. Why are these objects entering our controlled airspace? Why do they appear to take our missile defense systems offline? And if they can demonstrate that kind of technology and that kind of capability, what does that mean? These are all very important questions in the broader context of this that must be answered and taken seriously.
So what do you think of the likelihood of the nuclear threat with Russia? In your best guess, given the interest that these UFOs have had on nuclear missiles in the past, do you think maybe they might disrupt the missiles once again if they are launched?
That is, of course, an interesting question, and it remains entirely speculative as to what could be done if there were an actual nuclear threat in terms of nations pointing missiles at one another. Again, since the Cold War, the concerns about mutually assured self-destruction have, remained, but I hope at least, that we have learned over the years that the so-called, nuclear solution, there is no such thing. There is no such solution. Nuclear weapons don't solve problems. They create problems, and they would be terribly devastating. I hope, of course, in terms of the current conflict we've seen erupt in recent days in Ukraine with Russia's invasion of that country, I sincerely hope that Russia understands that as well. And I really think that all world leaders do. But we nonetheless have the very concerning rhetoric from Vladimir Putin in recent days, where he essentially, had asked for his nuclear systems to be put on the alert, reportedly even to the surprise of some officials within his own government. And so this is obviously very concerning. We don't expect, I guess, in the 21st century world to hear world leaders, superpowers no less, and a nuclear superpower using this kind of language. But what we do know, of course, from history is that there have been many instances where UAP have not only been observed around nuclear facilities in the United States, and by the way, I would extend that to other countries. This has certainly occurred in other countries around the world too, although perhaps some governments have not been quite as forthcoming with information about that. Some might argue that the United States government hasn't always been entirely forthcoming, but the diligent research of the UFO community, researchers who have filed FOIA requests over the years, like Barry Greenwood, Lawrence Fawcett, Peter Gersten back in the 1980s, many others too, Brad Sparks, all actually members of a group that was called the Citizens Against UFO Secrecy, or CAUSE. They were filing FOIA requests frequently to try and appeal to government to release this information. And that's how we learned about a lot of these nuclear incidents. But something else that's been reported is also observations of these craft purportedly disabling warheads during tests. There was one notable incident, of course, which was discussed by one of the witnesses to such events there at the press club last October, which we also covered in the article there at the debrief. I would encourage people to read that. As to whether, again, the speculative idea of UAP somehow intervening should conflict ensue, I don't know of any historical precedent for that. But again, from what we've seen at the various different, high security facilities where UAP have shown up, whomever is behind this technology, they certainly seem to show a concern for our use of nuclear weapons and really nuclear technologies in general. And they also appear to display a capability to take those systems temporarily offline. So, I mean, it's definitely something that in the nuclear age and also in the 21st century, as we are now unfortunately seeing warfare erupt in the East, it's something to take into consideration. But a final very important point I'd like to make too, Christina, is, we keep seeing people saying, well, these UAP over our airspace in the United States, they could be, surveillance platforms being used by Russia. If one thing seems incredibly evident to me from what we've seen over the last few days as Ukraine has valiantly defended its country, Russia, I think, bit off more than they could chew. And their progress has been increasingly slowed, much to the dismay, according to reports, of Vladimir Putin in his bunker back home. And again, I don't think that the Russian leadership, I don't think that anybody really expected how unprepared Russia's military would seem to be as they advance. We haven't seen very much use of drone technologies. And I have to say, for those who would say that Russia has anything so advanced as what UAP appears to demonstrate, I would say think again. If we've seen anything in the last few days, none of it has indicated that. So again, I think we have to really look at the possibility that the UAP, whatever they are or whomever may be operating them, certainly come from elsewhere. And I think that, again, just like past commentators have said, I'll say again here, they don't appear to be Russian to me.
Micah, thank you so much for doing this segment with me here today.
My pleasure.
welcome to Shifting the Paradigm, Peter. How are you today?
Very well, Christina, and delighted to be on your show with you.
Thank you. Peter, you have an extraordinary history digging deep into so many aspects of the UFO topic. For nearly 4 decades, you have what it seems like you have been hands-on and boots on the ground with your research and coverage. You were even an editorial assistant on the United Nations Secretary General's report for the establishment of a UN UFO department, and also an event coordinator for the Sci-Fi Channel's Alien Abduction Phenomena, along with being a writer in many magazines and also a consultant on many films, TV shows, and documentaries. And beyond your UFO research and coverage, you are an experienced New York City tour guide and also have a dynamic and rich artistic background. That is only to name a few things in your history of being involved in the topic. I mean, honestly, you have a bio that people can only dream of. So I have a lot of young college-age viewers and listeners, as well as high schoolers. So a lot of teenagers very new to this topic, you yourself have been interested in the UFO topic since your early teen years. But I'm really curious, as someone not far from my teen years, you had quite an impressionable and somewhat overwhelming sighting when you were 14 years old with your sister. What was that where your fascination started? Like, was that where you gave the proverbial push towards being incredibly involved and hardworking in the topic? Or was it some years later that you became involved?
Great question. When my sister and I were kids, relatively speaking, we had a profoundly unambiguous UFO sighting. We were born in New York City. Our folks moved us out to Long Island, to a small village about 30 miles east of Manhattan. So we grew up with the best of both worlds, really, the culture and excitement of the city.
Kind of seeing Congress.
Jimmy, is that for the gift card or is that just for me? You're still on mute.
I'm messing with you. I'm messing with you. I was watching.
I know.
To go live. Go live. I'm getting that's it. That's it. Yeah, that's for the gift card. And
nice. So we're already at $60 right there. Rock on.
Yeah, very cool. Very cool. You know, Micah's going to match in just a second, and that's really cool.
Well, let's get into today. There's a lot of interesting articles for us to cover because this is Weekly Strange News, so we cover everything weird and mysterious.
Is it okay if I say hello to everybody first?
You definitely can.
Jump into the deep end of the pool, right?
Jump head first, though.
Hello, everybody, how you doing? It's Friday. I am so glad to be here.
Civilian researchers
you haven't seen Christina UFOs. And I in ages,
I'm also a member of an organization
together. And so it's just so good to finally be back with everyone. Christina, Micah, it's good to see you.
Always a pleasure, sir.
What is this? Oh, okay. All right. Oh,
Sever, thank you so much for the RV fund. I do really, really appreciate that. Thank you. RV
fund. I thought he was going large. For the gift
large
card.
And in charge, but thank you so much. So right now we're looking at 60. We got 23 entries. Put in alien in the live chat if and only if you're watching this live. Micah, before we get started, Jimmy already said hi. Do you want to say hi to everyone as well?
Well, of course, I always want to say hi, and I also want to wish everybody out there a happy St. Patrick's Day, one of my very favorite holidays of the year. I'm just glad that the gig that my band and I have this evening is going to be late enough. In fact, entirely too late. And so that allows me to be here right now. And I'm glad to be here. No better place to be, in fact, on such a wonderful holiday.
Yeah. Did you start drinking this morning, Micah?
Coffee. Yes. Now, I won't say whether there is Irish whiskey or if there is Irish cream in the coffee. I'll have to leave that up to inquiring minds out there who wish they knew.
Yeah, well played, well played. I used to always wonder, this is a news story, it's St. Patty's Day. So I would be driving to work on St. Patty's Day. It's 8 o'clock in the morning, 7:30 in the morning, and listening to talk radio. And And they would say things like, okay, we're going live to Debbie's Irish Pub in Santa Monica, where our reporters have started drinking already. And they're, they come live on the air. Woohoo! This is our third bar we've been drinking. I was like, how do you do that? And then, but the bar is full of people drinking at 8 o'clock in the morning. And I've never done that. And I've often, maybe, that's a bucket list thing. Micah, you and I, St. Patty's Day, one of these days in the future, we should hit some pubs at 8 a.m.
If I were going to hit a pub at 8 a.m., yeah, something like that. Yeah, almost like puddle jumping, except, you don't splash in the water. You just hope that you don't spill it on the floor. But yes, if ever, Jimmy, I did that with anybody at 8 a.m. on St. Patty's Day, it would, of course, be you, my friend.
All right. So invitation accepted.
Yes,
so
sir.
this tallies automatically, Christina?
That's correct. So you just put in alien as you see it exactly on the screen. And you put it in the live chat. If and only if you're watching this live, it tallies all of them up. So far, we have 36 entries.
Man, she has got technology, Micah.
StreamYard is your best friend.
Man, she's got tech. Okay. Christina, this is your show. We're doing the news this week. We've got lots of great things to cover. Where are we going to start today?
Well, I want to start off with a video that I have for you guys to watch, and everyone watching this on YouTube. If you are listening to this on a podcast platform, jump over to YouTube because we will be sharing a lot of pictures and videos as well. But this one, right now, Tom DeLonge is a controversial figure. He was really, really popular a few years back with To the Stars Academy, and he kind of died out slowly. But just recently on his Instagram, March 4th, he posted a video with really no context other than stating that there was a UFO sighting in Texas. I have the video here, and I'm going to go ahead and share that. I took off the audio, but take a look at this. And I read the comments on Instagram. It also got posted on Reddit a little earlier this week. And there's a lot of conflicting ideas. Some think that it's definitely man-made, but then you see this fast zoom and you're like, what's going on? Some think it's Photoshop, CGI, which is a total valid explanation, but no one has the answers. And Tom DeLonge gave, once again, no context whatsoever.
Okay, I'm going first.
All right, let's hear it.
Micah thinks this is real. That is just a load of crap. That reminds me, I like Tom. All right, but that stop. I'd rather have him put up his Fender Starcaster guitar and have that flash away and ask for comments. But that no, I'm not taking the TD bait on this one.
Micah?
Well, I'll add to that, Jimmy. I like Tom DeLonge too. I was a fan of Blink-182. My brother Caleb was a huge fan of Blink-182 back when we were in high school, and he even worked for Tom for a while as an artist before Lou and Chris and the guys joined, and then they really kind of did change the narrative for a time involving UAP. But Tom also does have a bit of a history of posting questionable videos and referring to them as possible evidence. There's the TR3B video of the alleged triangle that obviously is CGI.
The one he did, you talk. I'm going to jump in, Micah, and then continue. The one that he showed on Joe Rogan.
Yeah, and again, yeah, exactly. And the thing is I just would love to see some really good UFO footage. I actually have seen some good UFO footage. I've seen good UFO photographs. But this is the issue, and it's really a fundamental kind of philosophical problem and a scientific one that we face in the UFO community. How good a good UFO photo can be before it actually constitutes convincing evidence in support of the phenomena. Now, some like Mick West would say, look, there are very few good photos and videos, and even the best photo or video, he and other skeptics naturally are going to try and debunk it. And even the footage that's been obtained with very sensitive and very capable military equipment like the FLIR targeting pod in use by the Navy with Raytheon technology, that's not good enough to meet the criteria that skeptics would deem to be good evidence. So for me, we have to have really good photos, really good video, but I also recognize that's probably not going to satisfy a lot of scientists out there. That video to me, however, is not an example of what I'd call a good UFO video. Sorry.
No, it's not even a good fake UFO video. No, it's not. It's not. It's not even a good fake one. It's if you're gonna, if you know, I mean, look, that was probably, and I'm just throwing this out there, that was probably done and edited all on a cell phone. Right, that wasn't anything that was laid out in After Effects, and somebody spent a great amount of time on it because it's just crap. So, you know, and the ease of doing that today is right there for everybody. And so, you know, but no, that's just crap. That's just it's a bad fake video. I've seen pretty good fake ones where I went, yeah, man, good job, good effort. All right.
One of the best ones was, do you remember the one a few years ago, Jimmy, from Israel, which showed the object hovering?
Yeah, the Jerusalem ones. Yeah, and those were all hoaxed and faked. And actually, that wasn't a few years ago. Art Bell, back in, I'm going to go 2009, posted those. Yeah, 2009. So, you know, those are 13, 14 years old. And they did it from, so the hoax was from 3 different perspectives, 3 different positions. They had the crowds there and everything. And I got to tell you, the first time I saw it, which was, you know, on my cell phone, I was like, okay.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe pretty good. And it was the perspectives, you know, the different views. Okay, all right. I'll tell you another good one. Then we'll move on. Christina's waiting for us because we're spending time on a hoax. It's a stupid fake video. But there was, again, I'm going to go back 15 years. There was a video that was posted on YouTube of this giant craft flying over these palm trees over a freeway. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And it was allegedly shot in Santa Clarita, California, right? So that's down the street from my house. And I looked at, now, you know what? Obviously fake, but damn good. And then I went, I mean, it was really, really good. And then I went and watched the effects artist who was a working effects artist here in Hollywood. You know, very talented. And he went through the whole thing on how how you do this, how you layer it, how you skin it, how you get the motion graphics, and how much time he spent on it. And that was a lot of fun. And then I went back and I started to appreciate that video more and more. It was just really, really, really well done. And but this video isn't that. And so there you go. Okay, Christina, what's next?
Well, to comment on that, the most sketchy thing about the video was there were no witness names, no exact location other than Texas, the time of day, the date, all of these different things that we would expect in a recorded sighting, we didn't receive. And so while we do think it's a hoax, I think it's still really important to share with the audience and to show that if someone's going to show you a video or if you find one online, there's certain pieces of information that you need to make it a little bit more credible than just seeing the footage without anything else. Even if it comes from, quote, decently credible people, which, as we know, Tom is kind of on the fence at this point in time.
But that's a really good point. The last video that I posted that I took, Mick West debunked it and took it completely apart. I loved his work on that. But when I posted that video, I posted the day, date, time, location, time stamped. Everything was there. The direction I was facing. And then Nick turned around. That's what you do, Christina, right? Exactly what you're saying. Everything there. So if somebody was in the general location on that day, they could come in and say, I was there, I saw it. I also have pictures. Thank you for. So you have that opportunity for everybody else out there. What Mick West did, and I was so thankful that he did, because I saw like 5 or 6, maybe 8. No, it was more than that. But in this particular video, right in a row, these objects lighting up, flying across the sky, getting bright, and then disappearing on the horizon. at about, I can't remember, it was around midnight or something, or 1 a.m. And but it was it blew my mind. So I posted the video. Nick contacted me. I said, okay, I've got everything general in the description of the video, but here's the additional information that you've asked for. And I gave him everything, the best that I could, to the second of the time of day on that particular night. And it was Starlink. Right. Okay. So, and he was able to break down every single Starlink satellite, its position in the sky. But that's what you do. You know, just provide everybody the information. You may be a fan of Mick West or not. That's not the point. There are very, very, very smart people out there that can turn around. Mick West isn't the only one that can analyze the video and take a look at it. Not only the possibility of being a satellite, but breaking it down and looking at the illumination, the colors, the background, and distance and location and speed. People have the ability to do that. They're really, really smart, far beyond what I am capable of. And that's what you should do. You just don't post a random video like that with no information behind it and just expect people to buy into it. So there you go. Okay. All right. I got
to add something to it. I'll be brief. Look, a lot of people look at Mick West and they say, you know, he's a skeptic and it's us versus them. No. To serious UFO researchers, Mick West is a friend. And like you said, Jimmy, I appreciate what he does. I think it's very important what he lends to this. You know, he was out there at Alien Con. He was meeting people and he was interacting with people. He engages with this community and he tries to do so in a meaningful way. I don't always agree with all of his conclusions, but I do correspond with Mick like you do, you know, and I think his contributions are very valuable and I appreciate that. Sorry, Christina, go ahead.
I do too. Okay. Mick, you just got 15 shout outs today. So there you go. Mick West. He does great work, man. He does great work. I don't agree with all of it. I don't agree with just about any. I certainly don't agree with Micah Hanks on anything. And that's how you learn. That's how you learn. You have a spirited discussion and go through things. That's it. You know, everybody knows I agree with everything that Micah Hanks says.
Oh, yeah, I don't agree with you, kid. And is your name Christina? I said Christina, not Jimmy, okay?
Micah brings up a really good point. It's not us versus them. We need those skeptics or even debunkers as well, because they're going to see details that other people don't, because they're in that mindset, they're in that mentality to look for all of the flaws. Now, if you are already believing the video, you're going to be a lot more lenient on it. Be like, well, everything looks fine, it must be real. But what both of you have said, it's very important to note it's not us versus them, but at the same time, with the information that they provide and they say, no, it's not that, they should also state it's not this because. I think it's also very important to give that because reason.
That's absolutely. You know, if you're surrounded by, okay, well, let's talk about Mick for a second. Or, you know, the opposite of Mick, Jeremy Corbell, right? So we got the two opposites. And if you're surrounded, you know, I'm not talking about one specific person here, but if you're surrounded by yes people that aren't going to challenge you, then you're never in check. You're never in check mode. You know, you need to check yourself. You need to center yourself. You need to be able to and talk about going back to square one once in a while. Sometimes you have to do that. Sometimes you just got to back up, replant your feet, and then move back forward again. And it's okay to do that. And you're never going to do that if you're surrounded by people that think that everything that you do is 100% correct. No.
You also have to be very courageous to question yourself as well. It takes a lot of courage, because you can very easily lie to yourself and to everyone else saying, yeah, I'm definitely right. And I'm right because I say so. But when you take that step back and you think, but am I right? Or even playing with yourself, the devil's advocate, those are the people that you want to speak to. It's those people that have gained that credibility more so than others that just have this level of confidence and that's it.
Yeah. If you're an actor, you're an actor. And you're surrounded by people going, hey, so how was that? Was I good today? You were awesome, dude. Right? No, you're not going to grow. You're not going to grow. And that's it. Let's cover something fun.
Okay, well, Jimmy, I'll let you pick the next article then.
Can we do the other video? Can we do the ghost video?
This one is very interesting. I'm gonna share my screen.
Have you seen this? Have you seen this, Micah?
Well, of course, I received the show notes earlier today via email, so I have been made privy to all of the stories we're going to be covering this evening. Isn't that wonderful?
All right.
Fantastic.
All
right, let's share this. Micah, give us the rundown on this video.
So, of course, another unconfirmed piece of footage that displays. I thought Jimmy was the one that picked this story. Though, how come I'm giving the rundown on this? But
because
you're supposed
he
to be watching
picked,
here.
so you're doing the rundown.
Okay, fascinating. So anyway, you're supposed to be watching here in a moment. You're going to see a possible ghost enter the frame, or at least what one man likened to being a possible ghost. Of course, a video like this raises questions. For one, like
right
for instance,
right there.
Can we back up?
Yeah, back. Can you back it up? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to play a few times, and then I'll just go back to.
Okay, sure. All right, so we're going to have that on loop so people can kind of see. So some sort of object, of course, moves into the frame. An interesting thing about this is this one also reminds me of a similar video from a few years back. I think that maybe the name given to it online is the Georgia Roadrunner. It shows a purported Sasquatch. Okay, some sort of an object enters the frame, and there's sort of like a history of this with videos from cameras mounted on a dash cam, vehicle going down the road, something unexplained appears. In principle, this should be a really good way to be able to get UFO videos, but I think you saw right there what presumably we're calling the ghost. Now, what exactly is this? I want Church's opinion on what maybe we're seeing in this video. What does that look like to you?
It's a ghost wearing white boxers. I think it's ghost. I think it's ghost. And when you slow the video down and freeze frame it, he's kind of hunched over. He's got his arms up like this. He's wearing, I don't know if they're boxer briefs or they're regular boxers. I did try to figure that out because that would be a clue as to timeline.
Right. Your analysis.
Yeah, because if they're just regular boxers, he could be from the 1800s, right? But if they're boxer briefs, we're talking about the 2000s, right? This is a recent ghost, a recent death, a recent departing of the soul. But you can see that he's hunched over. Now, what I do like about this video is that we have the mile marker, SR87, right? SR87 near mile marker 200, 2:30 a.m., March 11th, when he passed by this transparent figure. We have the truck driver's name, we have the location, we have the day, date, and time. I love all of that, right? So this just isn't some random video that is posted. Also, just for the interest of transparency, this was posted by my Uncle Bill.
No, but his name is William Church.
Yeah,
which
my
is
Uncle
Bill for short.
It's my Uncle Bill. Yeah, it's my Uncle
We all
Bill.
have an Uncle Bill?
Yeah,
I have an Uncle Bill
No,
too.
I have an
I
Uncle
don't.
Bill, Uncle Bill Church. He's been on Fade to Black. He's a black helicopter pilot in the Army. For reals. He came on my show. He came on my show, and this is how he debunked black helicopters. Then we'll get back to this ghost. He goes, of course we have black helicopters. He goes, but there's tail numbers. They're just painted in black. They're all there, Jimmy. And I said, really? He goes, yeah, man, I fly black helicopters all the time. And I was like, well, that answers that. That's not a myth. That's not urban legend. He said, yeah, there's all kinds of black aircraft, but they all have tail numbers, and the tail numbers are painted in black on the black aircraft. Yeah. Did you know that, Micah?
Well, no, actually, I didn't. Although I did have a very interesting conversation about black helicopters and the kinds of things that they tend to investigate the other day. Although that was with a source that I can't really discuss right now, having to do with an unrelated matter. I'll tell you this much. Okay, I'll tell you this much.
My Uncle Bill, man, helicopter pilot for some crazy ass stuff. Oh, I'm sorry, Christina, for some crazy stuff for 40 years.
Wow.
And just recently retired. And he's got all the stories.
So this really is Uncle Bill who captured this footage. The one and the same.
He's somebody's Uncle Bill.
Okay, so this is not necessarily your Uncle Bill.
My Uncle Bill. No, my Uncle Bill is not a truck driver in Texas. He's a helicopter pilot in Alabama at the Army helicopter flight school.
All right, thank you for clarification on that. As to what we're seeing, though, right there, reflective spectral boxer shorts or something else? I don't know. Again,
go one. See, I have it. I have this on a really large monitor, Micah, and looking at it there, it
still looks like a reflection, doesn't it?
It's more in focus. She's got this in between frames right here.
That's right. Yes, when you do have the video, you can see it a little bit more crisp than what you're seeing here. I'm seeing comments that like it looks like a plastic bag from the video. Totally agree with you on that. But if you look at it on your own laptop, your own monitor, you will see those details a little bit better.
Oh, he's walking. He's walking. His feet. You can see him. He's walking.
See, you had mentioned that it was a guy in boxers, and I had to agree with someone in the live chat that had stated that looks kind of like a child, and I'm trying to find that comment because, like, when I first saw it, I said to myself, like, it looks like a really small human.
Oh, it didn't strike me that way, but I will say that let me see if I can pull this up. Let me see which one do I want here. Okay,
XR, I agree with you.
I have it. Where is it? Okay, I don't have it up on my big screen anymore. I have to reload it. Keep talking. I'm going to reload it, and then I'll be able to. I can share my screen. Yeah, we have the technology. You guys talk.
That sounds wonderful.
This happened between Phoenix and Payson with no cars in sight, William Church had mentioned, and he described the figure as just standing in the roadway as I passed by, looking like where you can see the lines through the legs making the figure. So he was describing that this entity looked somewhat transparent, and while we're seeing it as if it's walking, what Mr. Church saw was just something standing there. And what's interesting about SR 87 is that there has been a fair share of deadly car crashes in that area, and it makes you question, does that play any significance with this sighting? Micah, what do you think about that?
Again, we have to remember that scientific tenet, correlation does not necessarily mean causation. Almost any highway, anywhere in the United States or anywhere in the world for that matter, is going to probably have a history of automobile accidents, deaths, and things like that. I don't mean to sound like a skeptic. I mean, I'm actually very interested in the possibility that people do see apparitions of the deceased. Back in the day, I think it was the
Bing bong Illuminati, you
I have to
to
remember
make me
which
rich.
of the organizations, but I mean, there was extensive work done toward the end of the 19th century and into the early 20th, looking into claims of encounters with deceased loved ones, dreams, premonitions, things like this. To me, it's just like UFOs. The abundance of anecdotal evidence does, to me, suggest that there's something to it. But again, a video that's moving very quickly down a highway that seems to show something that's, I mean, it's a fleeting glimpse of what? That doesn't do it for me. It doesn't really do it for me with UFOs either. And yet I'm compelled to believe that based on the anecdotal data, right, which doesn't, again, satisfy a physicist or a chemist, but nonetheless, I think that those narratives, the best of them, if one were true, it would point to the reality of something behind this. I do think that there's some good information suggestive of there being some component that some might, again, call ghostly. But again, to me, does that necessarily point to the afterlife? Does that point to, another dimensional space that overlaps with ours if we want to get kind of out there, but keep things more in the realm of physics? I don't know what that means. Time slips, things like that, those kinds of stories, very interesting to me also. And there's some really interesting ones that have been recorded over the years. So to me, if anything, ghosts might be more likely to represent some aspect of physics that we don't fully yet understand, rather than being some
Man, I took like
lingering
6
presence
shots
that's
of vodka this
representative
morning,
of a
or
physical
this
person
afternoon, whatever. I
that
woke up at
somehow
like fucking
lingers
4
after
p.m. So
they have passed on from this world, that we would again ascribing, maybe a religious or a spiritual interpretation to, we might call a soul or something along those lines.
bing bong.
So trying to separate those narratives, traditional beliefs and things like that, religion and those kinds of things from whatever the actual phenomena may be and what it represents, that can be difficult at times for humans. I'm human too, but I do find the broader narrative very interesting, whether or not that video to me is a good example necessarily of what we're trying to get to the bottom of.
Jimmy,
I don't have issues with the video part of where we typically now I've got a great now I don't think that's a kid. Okay, so let me share this really quick. I had to, sorry for the delay, but I had to go and find the clean video, but I have it here.
Jimmy, all good things in life are worth waiting for, right?
Yeah, they are.
Bing
And
bong, bing
so
bong.
let's back this up again. And
Yeah,
that's
okay.
It just doesn't look.
Look,
short.
man. Now that we get a better view, though, man, I'm gonna have to say quadruped. I think we're seeing a coyote, or maybe a fox, maybe a cat, small dog. What do you guys think?
Small dog walking that has 2 legs and 2 arms, wearing a diaper.
Unless it's facing into the.
You can see it. Look at my. There's a frame that pops up right behind the mirror. This is a tractor trailer, and that's the mirror on the front of the truck. And
like
bing bong, bing bong.
You can clearly see. Okay, now let's see. Let's go to the slow motion part.
No, I can't clearly see that.
Okay, hold on. Let's go. Man, Micah, that's it, man. Okay, here we are in slow motion. Now watch this.
Okay.
It's so much more clear than the one that. Now look. He is.
Looks even more like a dog. No, maybe a deer actually. I'm still saying quadruped, man.
Really?
Yeah, I'm calling quadruped on this one, folks.
I'm gonna clearly say that Micah is drinking on St. Patty's Day, and that's okay. You get a pass card because it is St. Patty's Day. I love this video, I do. And here's the other part, Micah, is that we have to go with what the video and the eyewitness testimony, and what the trucker saw, and so there you go. And the upper part again, when I look at it, we're at 59. What's the dollar tally up to?
right now we're looking at $60 for a Starbucks or Amazon gift card. All you have to write in the live chat is alien, exactly as you see it here. If you're watching this live, and only if you are watching this live, we'll do the drawing at the very end of the show. And I'm not going to say this too many times after that, but I will place it in the live chat for you guys to copy and paste.
Yeah, everybody in the chat, man, throw in some dosh, $1, $5, $10. Let's make this something special for somebody.
And we have 180 people watching, only 63 entries. Okay, you know what? We're not even going to do the drawing until we at least get 90. Someone today is going to win $60 in Starbucks or Amazon.
Cassidy just dropped in 10. Now, see, look, Chris James says you can clearly see feet and legs in shorts. Yeah, I agree with that. I totally agree. So are we up to 70?
We're up to 70 right now. Just put it exactly how you saw it, Cassidy. Thank you so much. Now we're at 70 instead of 60. But moving onward very quickly on that video, overall I found it really interesting. It is hard to say if it is an animal or a ghost or even a trash bag, as some people had written in the comments, but as Jimmy had mentioned, we're really leaning on the witness testimony.
Yeah, you have to. That's what combines things together.
Exactly.
So there you go. Okay, Micah, are you picking what's next? Oh, Christina, who's picking what's next?
Micah, go ahead. Take the next pick.
So we had this fascinating story here about, I believe his name is Peter Mahey or Peter Mahey. But he has essentially become a high school alien tracker. It's kind of like you've heard of, I was a teenage werewolf. This guy became a high school alien tracker, but he's not going out there, in the desert. He's not, hanging around the black air or the black mailbox. He's not poking around out there at the gate to Area 51. No, what Peter has done is he used publicly accessible information, made available as part of the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, otherwise known as SETI. And he is partially responsible. I think that there are actually a lot of citizen scientists who have contributed to this, but he is partially responsible for the detection of 8 radio signals of interest, which have not definitively been attributed to alien civilizations out there, but they could be. Now, Peter points out a lot of things. There was some great nuggets that he provided in an interview. And I do want to give a little bit of background about Breakthrough Listen, what that is. If you've listened to Jimmy's show, Jimmy's talked about this a lot. Christina, I think you've touched on it. I have on my program too. This is essentially a project to search for intelligent extraterrestrial communications. We aren't just looking for any kind of aliens. We're looking for essentially techno-signatures and maybe intentional attempts at communication by intelligent alien civilizations that at least have technologies and technological capabilities comparable to our own. They have about $100 million in funding. They've also got thousands of hours of dedicated telescope time, and they've got some of the most state-of-the-art facilities that are currently in use that are all in this effort. And it all together comprises the most comprehensive search for alien communications really that's ever existed and that is currently in use. So this is an interesting one, again, because, it just goes to show that people out there at home with little more than a computer and a will to learn can get involved. Peter started contacting some of the folks, I think, at Berkeley, right? He had contacted their SETI lab. He began asking questions about the data. They were so impressed with the fact that a high school kid was interested in trying to learn about the search for extraterrestrial intelligence that they offered him a summer job, right? Jimmy, this would have been like a dream for you or I when we were in high school.
Man. You read this article and it just, I would love to be that guy. And the other thing is, you know what I'm reminded of, Mike, if you go back to when you were 17, 18 years old, what had you done with your life up to that point, right?
I've only written 3 or 4 books, and then, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And and just think about that. He wrote the paper, right? Okay, that was peer reviewed. That was number one. That's a pretty gnarly accomplishment for anybody to do in a lifetime. But number 2, his comments and the way that he speaks about it, where, so we modify the algorithm. We're going to go ahead and modify another algorithm. We're going to do this. We need to go for billions of stars instead of, and then he pointed this out. They discovered 8 signals that all of the professional radio astronomers in the world haven't found, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
He found it, and he did that with 1,000 stars. That's all he did.
Well, part of what's so significant too about this, Jimmy, is that as Peter is showing, this is putting artificial intelligence to use intelligently. I mean, everybody's talking about ChatGPT and all of these different forms of AI that really, if you have been following this story like we have been, and I certainly keep up with this almost daily, I'm not so sure that AI is yet to the point where it is truly intelligent unless it is used in the proper ways. For instance, get on ChatGPT and you ask it questions, you may get an accurate response, but often these AI software programs that are, text generation programs that rely on algorithms, they are made to sound smart and authoritative even when they are not, and they are not always being shown to provide accurate information. In this instance, however, probing the universe for extraterrestrial intelligence by using data that's been collected in massive quantities that really even a team of humans, a large one at that, having to try and pour through all that, and then factoring in human error and things like this, I mean, it would be a monumental task. And then even then, you can't really necessarily be certain that your interpretation of that data is 100% solid. Here is a great example of using AI intelligently and having that assistive algorithm sort through that data more quickly for you. And then when it gives you these key points, here are the 8 signals that we found of interest, then humans can go back, look at it and say, aha, now this is interesting. And again, that saves time. It enhances the search effort. And in likelihood, this is my prediction, Jimmy and Christina, I think in the years ahead, really continued use of AI will I think, enhance the effort and probably help us close in on the eventual discovery of ET out there, unless they turn up right in our backyard. Now, I got to ask you guys both. Did you read the paper that was recently published by Avi Loeb and Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick of the Alderman Anomaly Resolution Office?
I did. I read it all. I spoke to Avi about it, of course, and a couple of his people directly about it. So, what's your question? Yeah. So, Christina, have you read the paper?
I read bits and pieces. I did not read the entire thing.
You know, one thing I'll point out about this paper is, and in essence, for anybody who hasn't read this, what Avi and Dr. Kirkpatrick are trying to do is they are trying to say, look, here are some hypothetical means by which an extraterrestrial intelligent civilization might send probes that could even enter our solar system. And here's how they might disperse them throughout the solar system. Here's how we might eventually find evidence of extraterrestrial gadgets. When I read the paper, I thought, this is about 90% Avi Loeb. And again, just like you, Jimmy, I contacted Avi that same day and spoke with him the very next morning. And I was more interested about that paper in terms of the authorship. I was more interested in asking Avi, you know, what led to you and Sean Kirkpatrick co-authoring this study, which essentially is saying, here are things we might look for if and how we might be propose that they would behave or appear, optical emissions, radio frequencies, if there are highly maneuverable, fast-moving UFOs or UAPs, as many in the military claim that they've encountered. The reason I bring that up in the context of Peter and his assistance with this Breakthrough Listen project and the detection of these algorithms is that traditionally most astronomers, like Avi Loeb and others, they are doing the SETI side of things. And Avi's always saying, Jimmy, I know he's told you this too, he's always saying, I get so much pushback from the SETI people who think that what I'm doing right now, saying, here's what we might be able to see. If a UAP were moving very quickly, it's going to produce this friction against the atmosphere, and that's going to produce an optical emission. If we know what things to look for, it might help us enhance the effort to find them. He says, there are people who just act like I'm nuts to propose these things. And he says, let's not forget, the SETI people a few decades ago, they were the fringe ones back then. They were the ones who everybody was saying, this is a waste of time. Why are we putting money right now? It used to be taxpayer dollars. Now it's, you know, independently funded with the SETI Institute. But why are we putting any money behind the search for ET? We haven't found any. Well, do we know necessarily that just because we hadn't found any up until maybe recently, it wasn't out there? Again, the new study that Peter was involved with, the new detections of these 8 signals, Avi's ongoing efforts with the Galileo project, Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick's apparent interest in that, being the guy who's currently leading the DoD's effort to determine what UAP might be. That all comes together to make for one really, really interesting equation for me right now. And again, whether it's found out there or in our backyard, I do think that we probably are going to find extraterrestrial gadgets in the near future. And again, even Seth Shostak's saying this. He's like, guys, I'll bet you a cup of coffee that by the end of this decade, we'll find some sort of evidence of something.
Well, a cup of coffee isn't really too much to bet. But aside from that, the two names that are Avi Loeb and Kirkpatrick, these people with their status, it's so remarkable and it's truly inspiring and shocking at this point in time that they're placing their name on something that would be classified as theoretical. But even so, they're putting themselves out there publicly and stating it's a possibility. Now, looking at Peter and his work regarding this article, what I found the coolest thing about this was I found it that such a young person was so inspired by this conversation that he reaches out to SETI, right? Because asking questions, it hurts nobody, right? And so this kid who's in high school created an algorithm. He contacts SETI and SETI's like, you are so cool. You're so smart. Come work for us in the summer. And this goes to show that you can literally do anything and nothing's going to stop you but yourself. If you ask, if you simply ask, the worst thing that's going to happen is that they say no. Now, in this case for Peter, they said yes, and look at him now. He's making a huge name for himself, and it's incredibly exciting. And I would like to state, Jessica, thank you so much for the super sticker and Fitboxer as well. If you want to give it directly to the gift card, please let me know in the live chat. Otherwise, it's for the channel. So thank you so much either way. But moving onward, because I think this is a great transition to move over to the article that you wrote, Micah, for the debrief. And this is talking about from the far side of the moon, NASA and the DOE plan to search for signals from the dark ages of the universe. Now, obviously, that title sounds incredibly enticing. So, what can you tell us about this article that you just recently wrote?
Well, what we're essentially talking about here is this fascinating experiment, the Lunar Surface Electromagnetics Experiment, NIGHT. That's the actual space observatory that NASA, in conjunction with the Department of Energy, they hope to place on the far side of the moon. But there's also the delivery mechanism, which has a similar name. So not to confuse those two. What we're looking for, this so-called dark ages of the universe, refers to a period that occurs roughly about 370,000 years after the Big Bang. And during this period in our universe, there hadn't been enough time really for matter and the material, the star stuff that Carl Sagan always talked about, to come together and actually produce stars and the kinds of things that produce optical emissions, radio frequencies, and other kind of detectable ranges of spectra that we as astronomers on Earth can study today. And therefore, to try and learn about that period in history is very difficult when you're trying to do that from Earth, because not only are these fairly weak signals, but also we have the opaqueness of Earth's atmosphere, which effectively blocks that. And so this is primarily why we have Hubble and, of course, now the James Webb Space Telescope. We place these space observatories out there beyond Earth's atmosphere in orbit, because that actually enhances our capabilities to be able to see. But what they're hoping to try and do is take that even one step further by placing a space observatory on the far side of the moon, which thereby not only shields this observatory from light from the sun, but also from radio emissions at times when the moon is placed in the right positioning with relation to Earth. It shields it from radio emissions from nearby planets like Jupiter and Saturn. And that could potentially offer a unique ability to detect this dark age of the universe from some of the earliest periods after the Big Bang that are known. The question, of course, is whether it can be done in the harsh lunar environment on the far side of the moon. You hear, of course, and I'm a Pink Floyd and music fan in general, so we hear about the dark side of the moon. There isn't really a dark side. There's a far side of the moon that's always facing away from Earth. And if you see imagery of the far side of the moon, it's far more cratered than the side that faces Earth. And there's an obvious reason why, because again, that's the side that's actually facing out, and it's all the space junk, all the debris that's coming toward it, asteroids, comets, and what have you. They're going to probably, not always, but often land on that side of the moon. So placing an observatory is going to be useful on the far side of the moon, but it's also going to be subjected to more potential impacts. It's going to be subjected to the extremities of the hot and then the cold temperatures by night, the lunar night, that the far side of the moon also experiences. So there's some serious challenges with doing this, but if Lucy Night actually does get off the ground, they get it up there into position, and if the hardware can withstand the hot temperatures of day and then the coldness of lunar night, this may actually allow us an unforeseen perspective to this dark age of the universe, something that astronomers have hoped to see for a long time and have as yet been unable to do.
Do you have an idea of when this will be launched?
I believe that the plan is to by as soon as late 2025, according to the current timeline. But again,
it's scheduled to be delivered there in 2025. So
yeah, at least by the end of the year. Yeah,
they've got the launch scheduled and the rockets, the transport vehicle. It's all on the schedule. So 2025. Here's the other. Appreciate all of that, Micah. I mean, to just get to the direct part of what Micah was saying, I'll condense it down just a little bit. Is that the challenges are heat and cold. All right. The advantages are very little, if any, radio interference, man-made, that comes from the surface of the Earth. It's all being blocked by the moon. So you're on the other side of the moon. You're blocking all of that interference out. You're able to scan deeper without clean signals, right? It's like wiping your glasses. So you have that. The challenges of the minus 250 degrees, plus 250 degrees, and those swings have been overcome. They know that those are the challenges that they face. You face those same temperature swings on the moon side of the moon that's facing us, right? So we are used to that. We know that these are what we have to go through. That includes our astronauts that are on the face of the moon. You go and you stand in sunlight, and then you go stand in shadow. Take a step into shadow, you're having a huge swing in temperature with your spacesuit. So you're going from air conditioning to heat very, very quickly. These are the challenges that we know that we're facing on that side of the moon, and I think that Lucy is ready to go. It's finished. It's in a testing phase now. That's it. They're going to load that thing up on a rocket. They're going to land it on the dark side of the moon and start scanning. I think this is a great, fun, and exciting thing to do. It's also, compared to the challenges that we have here on Earth, it's actually pretty economical. It's an economical. We have to build things a lot bigger here to get the same results. Okay, we're talking like Arecibo large, and you're able to break this down and make it a lot smaller, and it's a lot more efficient. So this is big news, and I'm very excited about it.
And
Absolutely.
if you're enjoying what Micah and Jimmy are saying, all of their social media links are in the description box below. Jimmy does have a YouTube. Micah has a YouTube, but he doesn't post videos, but you can find him on his podcast, the Micah Hanks Program. But Micah, we got to get you on YouTube. There was one question here from Mr. MH. Question for Jimmy. Do you think the moon is artificial or natural? And we did an entire show about the moon, Jimmy and I, like last year. But answer the question: artificial or natural, in your opinion?
I obviously, I think anybody that is rational and studies things would say, of course, it's not artificial, right? But then that's closing my mind down, right? You have to just kind of look at some other things. But when you start going off check marks, the evidence of something like that being artificial, that evidence supports it being artificial, but it's always to the extreme of being on the outside of the box. But I'll tell you this, I wouldn't have an issue if it was artificial. The things like it rings like a bell, right? It's been recorded to be hollow. There's been recordings of that. The odds of something being formed that orbits the Earth for tidal lock, for time of day, distance from the sun, without the moon, there would be no life here on Earth. All of these things, the odds of it being in the perfect spot at the right time, right place throughout history and everything else is why we are here. So does that support, what are the odds of that? Now let's swing this in another direction, and then we'll move on. Lock zone. All right. Okay. And we're coming up with some pretty incredible numbers. But I would say one of the arguments for somebody like a Neil deGrasse Tyson or even a Micah Hanks, some of the big brains out there that will counter that and say, well, that's not good enough. A planet in the Goldilocks zone isn't necessarily going to be the magic combination that makes some kind of soup to create DNA. You would need an artificial moon that is orbiting that planet for the other things. The tidal, the gravity that happens when the tides recede every 8 hours, right? They go back and forth every 4 hours, up and down. That's stirring the pot. That's stirring the soup. It's not getting stagnant. And it's that kind of motion that is created by the moon. All right. So you would need that in another solar system with another planet for the best chances of life being out there. Now, that being said, that to me kind of supports the artificial moon hypothesis, right? That maybe somebody towed that thing here and put it there to make sure that we had the right magical combinations of everything for a very long time to keep things going on this planet. So, and then go watch, what was that movie? What was the Roland Emmerich film, the Moon film that came out 2 years ago?
Moonfall?
Moonfall. Go watch Moonfall. Yeah, love that movie, and you just never know. So there you go. That's my long-winded answer. I can go either way.
I enjoyed the analogy of the soup, but Micah, let's give this question over to you before we continue. What do you think about it?
Well, I mean, again, I'm naturally going to lean toward the likelihood of the moon being a natural satellite. The question over its mysterious origins, I mean, that's still a really good question. There's also the notion that rather than being some sort of a hunk of space debris that, you know, entered an orbit around Earth, that perhaps there was a collision long ago and that a piece of Earth broke off, and that's actually what the moon is long ago. And of course, after remaining in orbit for so long, it's over time been shaped into the, you know, roughly globular shape. I mean, even the Earth isn't a perfect globe, a perfect sphere by any stretch of the imagination. It's quite misshapen when you actually look at it. But all that said, Jimmy makes some really good points, and this has always fascinated me. It could be that one element that is missing in the equation often when we talk about the search for extraterrestrial life, and again, this not just being intelligent life like what Peter Mahay and others have been searching for in terms of techno-signatures. When it comes to any kind of life, and to find those, we would look for something called biosignatures, evidence even that simple life forms might actually produce through perhaps methane emissions, right, if they are really fond of fiber or whatever on their planet, or if there's something else that they produce that is detectable and that we might be able to place in like a probe in orbit around one of those planets and detect these biosignatures. It is conceivable that a requirement for life to develop on a planet could be the presence of a moon. That and maybe other things like water, the soup that Jimmy's talking about, right? You got to have soup in the bowl before you can stir it, and you can create that life. But again, it very well may be that a combination of those chemical ingredients and, of course, the water in which we presume life probably first takes shape from those building blocks, amino acids and things like that, which also may have extraterrestrial origins. Numerous studies now are suggestive of this. And then finally, also the presence of a natural satellite, and one that is capable of exerting influence on its planet host such that it actually produces the tides and these other kinds of phenomena that are associated with our moon. Yeah, that could be requisite for life. And the search for habitable planets may be more involved, or rather it perhaps should involve more finding planets with moons like ours, even as much or more than just finding those planets that are close enough to their star and in that Goldilocks zone, like you were saying, Jimmy. So that could be the missing piece of the puzzle, in my opinion.
Yeah, it should be another filter that's added. That's all. It's just another filter when you're scanning. And so if you can add that, right, and you run that filter, and so you're in the Goldilocks zone, right? You're at the right temperature. You've got the right star type, all of these things, right? But that last filter would be: is there another? Does it have a moon that can support the orbit? Remember, a lot of these exoplanets that we find are not spinning; they're locked. They're constantly facing their star. Mm-hmm. So one side is being blasted by radiation and heat, and the other side has a lack of radiation and a lack of heat. We need radiation to live. We need the right amount of it, right? So, it's a balance. And so, every 24 hours, we're constantly shifting and shifting and shifting. And again, the moon is keeping our orbit at a certain speed, our 24-hour cycle. All of these, it's a very magical combination of distances and size and mass that make us just like perfect. It's not necessarily the Goldilocks zone and the distance from the sun. There's a lot of other things that come into. Look at that, Ken Priest coming in strong. Ken, I need blueberry biscuits. I ate my last blueberry biscuit this week. I am
for his birthday, right? Happy birthday, Ken.
Man, I'm out of biscuits. And you know what? And so I went past the blueberry. I'm so excited Ken is here. My last cinnamon biscuit was eaten last night. I'm out, bro. I'm out. You got my address.
Cassidy, thank you so much, and Ken as well for donating to the gift card. Now we're looking at $125. One person is going to win an Amazon or Starbucks gift card. You just got to put the word alien in the live chat. If and only if you are watching this show live, we'll do the drawing in about 30 minutes. So thank you guys so much. You're going to make someone's day. Sorry. But
all right, I get to pick the next one.
no, I get to pick the next one.
No, you're the host.
Right, so it's my show.
You don't get to pick dessert. You don't. No.
It's always going to be ice cream.
Go ahead.
Well, because we're talking about the moon, it's only appropriate to talk about the new spacesuits.
Oh yeah, let's go there. I thought we were going to do some time travel stuff. Yeah, let's do the spacesuits. Don't hand this off to me. No, you can hand it off to me if you want. I'm just not
You're
queued
already
up.
starting. Go ahead.
Have I already started? Okay, hold on for a second. Here's the deal. Let me get to the space. I'm not queued up. But I did a story on this earlier this week. And before I can get to the contents of the spacesuit and so forth, it was Axiom, a Houston-based company, and this is the deal. They look cool.
Yes.
They look like Buzz Lightyear, right? And now, look, we're talking about a complete dome on the top of the head. And I've often thought, I'm sure Micah will agree with me on this, is that one of the things, very claustrophobic idea to only be able to look ahead, right? And you can move your head around, but it's a whole nother aspect. If you've got, well, you can't, we're not owls, right? But to have the full dome on the top of the head is totally cool. It's like, man, we're in space. We've got all this advance. Why don't we have cool spacesuits? They can do it on TV, right? Well, they've done it now, and they look amazing. And also, when you look at the inner and outer cover, there's an outer cover that goes with it. Go to the 2023. Go over to the end here, Christina. Right there. There it is, right there. Now, here's the other thing about this spacesuit compared to the Apollo suit, which is over on the left. The new Artemis spacesuit is light, fully mobile. When you look at, there's one other thing I can't forget about this, which is a pretty fascinating point here. But when you watch the Apollo dudes bouncing around on the moon, right? I think that the only thing that they could move was like their ankles, right? They couldn't walk. They had to bounce with their feet. They couldn't really move the right. They weren't action figures. They were limited by this heavy, gnarly spacesuit. This is a totally different thing. We're talking about the ability to move your arms, your hands, your fingers, your toes, your knees, and you are fully mobile with full vision.
And it better be, because this prototype is part of a $1 billion investment. So you better be able to move your fingers, move your ankles, move your neck. Otherwise, what are you going to do with all that money?
Here is the fascinating part about this. All right. Micah, you may not know. I don't know if you know, Christina. They're not selling these. They are renting these to NASA. This is a tuxedo rental, right?
I like it.
Yeah. So I read the full spec. I read the task form and what, because what you do before you enter in the contract, they give you a task, right? And they fund you for that, and then you go and then you enter into the contract agreement later. Well, Artemis designed the suit that won. Okay, great, fantastic. But then they said, you have to rent it from us. We own these. You must return them after the wedding. So, yeah, I thought that was pretty interesting. So Artemis is definitely going to make some money on these. But I think they look fantastic. They're fully mobile, and that doesn't look constricting to me. And it doesn't feel as claustrophobic as, the think about the Mercury and the Gemini. Yeah, look at Gemini right there. Gemini, that is a claustrophobic spacesuit. I could never wear that. So there you go. I'm very excited about this. What did you think when you saw them, Micah?
Well, I mean, first of all, yeah, stylistically, I realize, and this timeline helps illustrate that in the past, obviously, spacesuits were not necessarily made with fashion in mind, and that makes sense. It's functionality. These are practical designs. There are reasons why they usually use lighter coloration, and this one of those, of course, being the fact that when you're working out there in the daylight on the moon, as we already covered, you're going to be exposed to a tremendous amount of heat, and therefore the reflectivity or the albedo, right, of a lighter color is going to reflect more light and heat, not absorb it. Now, that is one concern I have about these new spacesuits, but they're probably also designed.
Let me jump in. They have to, there's an outer covering that's white. So
okay.
yeah. So that's it's real thin, right? But it's just a reflective layer. So if you're going to be out during the day, you're going to be in sunlight, you're going to just slip that on. And then if you're going to be out at night, you're going to wear the dark colored one, or if you're going to be mixing between the two. So, no, that's already thought through. Oh, but back to your fashion design. Now that I've interrupted, I'll just continue. They used the costume designer from Hollywood to design the look of this suit.
Really?
Yeah. Very cool. Very cool.
Well, again, I like the look of the suit. It does have an updated appearance. Keeping in mind, of course, temperature regulation internally is also going to be something that's going to be happening here. Something else that's very important that you got to take into consideration is the regolith. In other words, just the soil on the lunar surface, which does not erode the same way that soil here on Earth does, given the conditions on the moon. Again, there's a much thinner atmosphere. There's barely one. It's much thinner than the Earth's atmosphere. But regolith often can have, even if it's microscopic particulate, it can tend to have jagged exteriors. And something that they've found in the past with spacesuits and other features of space missions, including the actual spacecraft we've landed on the moon, is that regolith can work its way into seams and begin to actually break apart and potentially damage suits. So you don't want, for instance, a leak in your spacesuit. And with designs from over the years, and especially with some of these new ones, these are also things that have to be taken into consideration. It's not just temperature, it's the fact that essentially everything on the moon, even though there's no life forms present, it's presenting a new kind of challenge, and all those things have to be taken into consideration when they're designing a suit like this. So from the looks of it, not only is it more aesthetically appealing to the eye, I think it's probably going to be as or more functional probably than any of these past examples of high-tech pajamas we're looking at here.
Yeah, and so let me jump in. Last week, they addressed your concerns, Micah.
Mm-hmm.
They tested the new accent spacesuits on Barbie dolls. I'm not making this up.
That's right.
Great. Yeah. So and they have a compressed nitrogen
and things, and it's been really
system
a remarkable
that
experience.
sprays the suits down and absolutely 99.9% removal of movement from any part of the spacesuit. Now, but here's the other part. But I didn't know this. Do you know how they removed moon dust on the Apollo missions? Here's a question for you. Don't Google it. Put your hands in the air. I don't want to see you Googling. Okay. Do you know how they did this on Apollo?
Cable TV,
you ready?
services,
a lint
radio
brush.
broadcasts, and data
right,
transmission services over the United States and C-band.
And it didn't work.
Again, these satellites are built by Northrop Grumman.
So,
based on
they went high tech and they did it with Barbie dolls, and it was a pretty interesting press release and the way that they dealt with it. But they're one step ahead, and this system will be used on the Artemis missions. So we've got the new spacesuits. suits, and we've got the new cleaning process.
You have no way to like confirm that.
And
Yeah.
Moondust is a big deal. I mean, that's a really.
It looks a lot like him,
really
but like here's the
big
thing:
deal.
we've
it's
never
two
seen
things.
Big
It's
Willie
glassy,
stand
it
up.
cuts,
We've only
and it's
really seen
also,
him from like the chest up. So
like
who's not to say
talcum
that's not what he
powder,
really looks
soft.
like?
You know,
What if
so
Big
it
Willie
can
has
hit-
like
not only
super
is it
tiny legs,
gnarly, but it gets
and,
to
you know,
things and
like cotton
gets
from
gnarly.
King of the Hill.
So,
Oh yes.
okay.
Or what if
there
Big
you go.
Willie
Man,
is
what a
like
great
his name
show.
is actually
We're
like
not-
it's
we're
the
not done
reverse
just
how
yet.
they call
Hold
really
on,
big people
back it up.
tiny,
Talk
but his
about
name
the
is Big Willie, but it's because
helmet.
he's
They also
literally
come with
small. Yeah,
HD
exactly.
He's like 4'8".
cameras to
I think we might be
allow
finding out new lore about Big Willie. And unless he comes to contact at the desert and could confirm to all of us in person at the same time,
2023, and we're just
Then it's
only
fat.
I'm going to
progressing as
assume
we
that he is 3 foot
go
to
along
4
with
foot
our
tall
technology
from
that
this point
only
forward,
seems
and that
appropriate
everything in his
for
like
new
his
space
office is
suits,
like a set,
space suits, which once
and
It's all
again
little
is made.
is a
It's all
part
made
of
to
a
look really big, but really it's
$1
really really
billion
small.
budget. Do we
Yeah.
need that much
Yeah.
money to make a
An
space suit?
American flag
I
is one
don't
of those
know.
tall,
I am
like,
not
desk set
a creator.
Exactly.
for
Hey, Sarah,
these
darling.
suits, but it
Hey,
is
hey. I just
How are
thought
you?
I'd-
an
Good, I
insane
just thought I'd
amount.
stop in real
They've
quick.
been
And
working on these
Freddy's are my
suits
busy
for a
days, so
very,
I just
very
thought I'd
long
stop by real quick
time,
and say
and
hi,
they're
everybody.
only
Hi, everybody.
now
Hi,
seeing
everybody.
the progress
Happy St. Patrick's
that
Day. Are you doing anything fun
publicly
today?
we're also seeing as well. But this
taking
information
care
has
of
kind
my
of been on
dad,
the
so
down low
that's
for
fun.
quite a few years, which
Okay, well,
would
that's good
only
family
make
time. I
sense.
love
Like,
family
why are
time.
you
I'm probably
gonna
gonna go
tell
see my mom
people
later after the stream, so I feel you.
so far ahead? Hey,
Hell
I'm
yeah.
working on
Sounds
this.
about right.
I don't know if it's
Hell
gonna
yes.
work.
Would you want to watch a
but,
video with us?
We're gonna
Sure, I haven't
find
seen this
out.
thing for
Yes, they've
Alright.
gotten a lot of funding. This
All
was
right, deal.
hosted
Let's
by
play a
Axiom
video for Sweet
Space.
Sarah.
But we're
Okay.
just once again we're just
St.
really
Patrick's
receiving
Day?
the pictures
Why did the
of
leprechaun
these
go
new suits that
outside?
kind of just came to
To
the
sit
mainstream
on his
like,
patio?
early this week.
Ugh.
What do you call an Irish spider? Patty
Very
long
cool.
legs.
Not everybody all at once. Come on now.
Hey,
Oh, those were great.
I'm trying to
great
hold
jokes.
back.
Oh my
I've
God.
got things I
Oh,
want to
that
say.
joke's the best.
Okay, before
That
we
was
go
good.
on to the
A
next
patty
article,
long
I did
legs. That
want
was
to jump back
fantastic.
though.
That was
My
fantastic. That was a
mind
good
is
one. That
always
was a good one.
working.
It was a short one though. I didn't know it was
wanna
that short.
just
It was
be-
short.
I was like, give us
I don't
another
want
one.
this
Maybe
to
it's longer.
escape everybody.
How do we feel about
we were talking about
some
Kirkpatrick
dark humor?
and
I am
and
always
that
a
paper
fan
that
of
they
dark
wrote and
humor. I was
published,
talking
and
about
it
it with my
caused
mom this
quite a
morning.
stir.
So I'm into it. This is a dark humor channel, I feel like.
As that tank is
most
filled up
people's
for tonight's
points with
flight,
this.
that liquid oxygen is chilled down
But
to a temperature of several hundred
I
degrees below
think
zero.
that we're
It's very
losing
cold,
sight of
and that's why the
something,
ice
and so we
builds
need
up
to go back
on the
and
outer skin of
center
the
ourselves
booster
again.
as it's filled
It's
for flight.
not what they wrote about distribution and
Let's take a look at
motherships
the countdown timeline
and
for
the
tonight's
detectability
mission. This is a pretty standard
and that
Falcon
these
9
probes
countdown.
are on the other
We've
side
already
of
passed
James
a few
West
of these events, 2 minutes, 35 minutes. Propellant loading
and
began
the
on the Falcon 9 with
how do
3
I
of the
want to
4
say this
tanks currently being
that
filled.
they're getting here and they're not being detected properly by the time they get to the James Webb, I should say, Mick West, the James West Space Telescope, the Mick West Space Telescope. No, that's not the point. We've lost sight of all of this. The point is, why did they say that? Avi doesn't speak unless there is something there to base something on. Kirkpatrick is not going to say something like that unless there is something to back up these kinds of statements. So I would suggest that although they're not going to say anything right now, that they know what they're talking about. So you have to go back and ask, why did they say that? Why would they put something so controversial that would allow the media to go, alien motherships are distributing probes to planet Earth? Harvard physicists said today. You can't do that. So in order for Avi and Kirkpatrick to make such an extraordinary claim in theory and hypothesis and throw that out there, they're saying it for a reason. It's based on something. What is it that they know? All right. Now let's circle back. Do I get to pick the next subject?
Go for it.
Oh, hold on. Now, hold on. We got to touch
it is
on that
Micah's
point.
turn.
Well, no, I don't mind. You guys can pick the next story, but I just want to touch on what Jimmy's talking about, because frankly, I do think that this is an important story. I also think that the way that the media has reported on this has been absurd in a lot of ways. I saw one headline the other day that said, official government report warns alien mothership might be out there.
Yep. I saw
I'm
it too.
thinking, no. This was no government report, no official government report. That's nonsense. This was Harvard astronomer writing a science paper, which, by the way, when it was published, it had not undergone peer review at that time. It was the preprint, essentially. But it was
We have to
co-authored,
watch
with
this
Sean
every St.
Kirkpatrick.
Patrick's
Now,
Day.
to your point, though, Jimmy, I think you're spot on with this.
If you haven't seen this, you're welcome.
Wondering, and that was the question I had for Avi when he and I spoke. I said, now, Dr. Loeb, am I to infer from the fact that Sean came to visit you, you guys said, hey, maybe we should write a paper about this, and you're addressing what kinds of things one might look for if we were to presume that highly maneuverable, and that term, of course, is used in the paper right there in the actual thesis statement at the beginning. The idea that highly maneuverable UAP are going to have to obey by the same laws of physics as anything else, and therefore here are some things we should maybe look for.
I know that guy!
Again, I came away from that asking, this in itself, by the way, is not necessarily proof of otherworldly UAP or necessarily indicative that Dr. Kirkpatrick has seen something interesting that causes him to think that he needs to make a statement about this. But again, I do have to assume that the fact that he's willing to engage with the topic, theoretically, with Avi Loeb, indicates that he is working on the presumption that there is a possibility.
This is not satire, Joe. No, this is real. Have you never seen this?
It's absolutely real.
This is why I knew I had to play this. Not everybody has seen it.
I didn't see any kind of classified information. I didn't have to sign any NDAs. Dr. Kirkpatrick knows this. Avi's famous quote is, "The skies aren't."
I'm pretty sure that this is where the inspiration of the movie Leprechaun in the Hood came from.
I know physics and astronomy, and here's what I think we need to look for based on physics and astronomy and mathematics. Here's this guy, I presume, by virtue of his position at the GOD, is director of the Alderman and Honorary Resolution Office, based on the ODNI's report. What I'm going to do this year, which actually had to do with something that was supposed to be last year, was late on arrival. It's saying that, look, a lot of these things, balloon or balloon-like entities, like the ones that we
one of my favorite news stories ever. We watched it last year. We had to watch it again this year. It's a fucking goodie.
Difficult for us to explain. It seems
look, you have one popping up right fucking next to you. Oh, every time.
Those kinds of objects might display these characteristics. It's close, but it is huge. No one knows.
All right. Give us the next one.
The premise upon which we have to examine the paper is what these guys collectively bring to the table. One of them having seen the best.
What you've got for us, Tom.
And they're now saying, we're going to have such paper about this. They didn't say, hey, here's a theory. What if no, they're probably saying, look, here's
this is the second Leprechaun movie.
In terms of what we would like to have seen. It's a great scene. That to me is huge.
Yeah, well, yes. And I broke it down in somebody like me in my terms, right? So collectively, all the points that Micah just made, right, it boils down to just step back and ask what
if you guys have never seen these movies, Leprechaun in the Hood and Leprechaun Back to the Hood, they are
substance driving you
highly recommend.
Right. So, you know, we're Micah, you and I would never, most people on this planet are not able to break down algorithms or theoretical physicists or astrophysicists.
If you guys want some great movies to watch the rest of the night, right there.
But they think. And they are
watch the Leprechaun videos.
Look at the data, process the data, their access to.
Listen, there's actually I really enjoy looking at how Bobby does. I really enjoy
they look at this, they plug the data, they put it together, they run the numbers,
and they look at they're so bad that they're so good. At their time, everyone was like, "What the fuck?" But now it's like, "Oh my god, this is the greatest thing ever."
Look at that, and then they turn around and process that for us. And the way that they process
it, you look at things back now in retrospect, and then something that was horrible, it's like, "Oh my god, it was a masterpiece."
What they are thinking. And what they
Sorry,
know
guys. I gotta
is that,
get
hey,
back to taking care of business
problems
around
are
here.
getting here.
Love you,
We're not
Sarah. Visit
necessarily
whenever you
detecting
want.
them. This is
Thank
why
you. I will
they
do
are
it. And
not
also,
being
it's
detected.
420, everybody. So happy
And
420.
they may be
Hell
distributed
yeah.
by something
420 blaze it, light
larger.
it up. Boop, boop, boop,
All
boop.
right, and so
All right.
why?
Take care.
Why would you say
And
that?
St. Patrick's Day, everybody.
Why
Love you.
would you
Happy
say
St.
that?
Patrick's Day.
It's not because he just
Love y'all.
watched some science
Bye.
fiction movie. It's
Aw,
not, that's
sweet
not
angel.
why. It's not because he just got off the
All right,
phone
give
with
us
me
the next
and
video,
I'm
love.
talking crazy talk. No, it's the
St.
question is
Patrick's
why.
Day's
What-
tomorrow,
what
so you
is
know
it
you gotta
that
have your
allowed
green
him
sweater
to
vest,
freely
your shamrock
describe
tie,
it
your
to
shamrock
us?
pin,
So there you go.
and don't forget
I'm
you
very
got to
curious.
have your leprechaun
I can't say any more than that. It's just why would he
leprechaun
do it?
socks, you
They
know.
aren't the
And
type
of course,
people to just
you
wing
got to have some
something, just to write
80-proof
something down because they
mouthwash for the day.
feel like
So
it.
I'm going to be telling you some
In this
Irish jokes.
funding environment,
What do
you
you
are not
call
going to
that
do
fella
that.
who works
No,
in
and
Lowe's in the
that's
garden
a really
department?
good point, and something
Patio
that Abby
furniture.
has mentioned in his
Brumps.
previous interviews
Hey,
when he was doing,
what's the
like,
best
10
shoes
a
to wear
day.
tomorrow on St.
In
Patrick's
order to
Day?
get funding, you need people to
Converse.
agree with your
Brumps.
idea.
What happens
And
if you
only
hire in
the
your four-leaf
courageous
clover?
few
Oh, you're going to
will
be
go
pressing your
outside of the
luck.
box and not worry
Brumps.
too much
Hey,
about
did you
funding,
hear
but
about
go
that
what they're
feller in
actually
Dublin?
curious
He was in the
about,
pub and he had
and
too
then
many
worry about
Guinnesses and he was
funding afterward.
bouncing
But the
back and
majority of
forth across the
scientists and
walls.
researchers,
His
they're
name
going
was
to research things that they
Ricochet.
know
Brumps.
will get funding.
What do you
Now,
get
in the
if you cross a
conversations that
leprechaun
we're
with a
having today,
Texan?
the UFO
A
topic
pot
is
of
becoming
chili
a
at
lot
the
more
end of the
enticing, a lot more
rainbow.
intriguing,
Brumps.
more
Hey,
very public.
what do
People are coming
leprechauns
out
call
about
their
this, showing
vacation
their interest
homes?
in it. So funding now
Leprechaundos.
is easier than what it was
And
5,
here's some
10,
Irish
15
books.
years ago.
Irish
So
Dentistry
it is a really
by
good point,
Perry
Jimmy, that you
O'Donnell.
made talking about funding. In
Irish
this
First Aid
environment
by
that we're
Are
in
You
today, and for
Okay?
him and
Brumps.
Kirkpatrick to
Irish
write
Flooring
on
by
paper.
Lynn Oleum.
And the
Bumps.
reason, once
Perfect
again, is
Sandwiches
why.
by
What
May
was
O'Day.
That shit's
Brumps.
hilarious.
They didn't do it just
That
for
one
A
was
fun.
Smoker's
Well,
Cough by
Micah brought up,
Nicotine.
Micah,
Brumps. And that's
went
what I
back
think
and
by
very
Frank
elegantly
Opinion.
spoke about
And now
this.
for
That's
the
the way
grand
that
ending
the
joke.
media
Two leprechauns walked up to a
portrayed
convent and
this
knocked on the door.
and turn it
Mother
into
Superior
clickbait
opened the
in
door
their
and the
headlines,
leprechaun said,
right?
"Good morning, ma'am.
Alien
Do you have any
motherships. Yeah.
leprechaun nuns
They
in your
want to paint
convent?"
the
She said, "Oh, no,
Independence Day
we don't. Are you sure there are no
scenario,
leprechaun
for the
nuns throughout
But
Ireland? Are you
correctly
sure?"
interpreted,
Sir, we do not
you
have any
can
leprechaun
read the
nuns.
paper
Not
that
here,
way.
not in our religion.
But how does
So
that
he said,
affect
"Thank
funding?
you kindly, ma'am." As he
You
turned
don't
around, he took
want
his hat and he
your
hit the other
funding
leprechaun and said, "You
partners, and
fool!
whatever- it just doesn't
You
matter,
are
National
boinking
Science
a
Foundation,
penguin!"
you know, whatever it is,
Ta-ta-ta-ta.
your partners to come at you with alien motherships, really?
Happy
Is
St.
this
Patty's
what
to
you want to
one
get
and
out? I
all.
think we really need to think about what we're going to be doing in 2024,
Oh, fuck, it took
man.
a while
You
for
just
that
got-
one to sink in.
That's
Hi,
my
Walt,
point.
sweet angel, how
So
are you?
for this to happen that
I am
way,
so good.
why?
Happy St. Patrick's Day.
Because he felt that
Do you have any
the
St.
data
Patrick's
says to
traditions that
him
you
that
do?
this is the direction that he needs to go in, and he's firmly comfortable with
Same.
that.
I love sleep.
You know, so
Perfect.
why? You know, and in
Every
this funding
Irish person
environment,
that has also
if you're
I
going to
love
turn around
it,
and do something
yes.
like that, that gives the media
I also
the
love that you're
opportunity
also
to
trying to
create
show
those
up
headlines,
Enzo a little
you
bit
gotta
with your
back it up.
camera and background skills.
So
I saw you
there's
like
something
zooming
there,
in
and
on your
we don't
little area
necessarily,
when we were watching the video.
have to know that.
I think
But
it's great that you can
just feel
control Big
comfortable
Brother's
that,
cameras.
Avi and Kirkpatrick are comfortable with it, and that's a really big deal.
Bottom line, and I know we're short on time
So
here. I got
funny.
a gig I've got to get to, ladies and gents.
So
right?
you
Okay,
have
and
like
lots
this
of
whole setup
shamrocks
in
to
there
pick
now
and,
going on.
you
I
know,
love it
hopefully
so
maybe a
much, and I
Guinness in
actually
my
like this
future on this
side way
fine St.
view,
Patty's Day. But
honestly.
the bottom line about this,
I got
Avi is a proponent of finding UFOs. He's happy.
Oh my God,
At the end of the day, they aim their
stop.
telescopes, negative megapixel images and video that he hopes to try and obtain with the Galileo project. He's
And
happy
so he
to
might be
report
giving
to
you
the
a
government
run-up
he
for
sees made in
your
China
money
stuff.
best
But Avi is
background. That's
looking for
actually
the
pretty.
possibility.
It
that
looks
there
like
may
a
be something more
palace.
exotic. And if he is open to that possibility and actively searching for them, and if Dr. Kirkpatrick found that to be a useless effort, or if it was someone who was not inclined to think that you're likely to discover anything potentially novel or exotic even, let let alone a technological device from someplace else, like Avi is searching.
Oh, you're so cute.
I would find it very hard to imagine that Dr. Kirkpatrick would reach out to Avi Loeb and say, let's collaborate on a paper together. which is exactly what they did. So
Love
again,
you.
even though Dr.
Thank you.
Kirkpatrick in his position in government, what
You're an
he
angel.
said, a briefing that occurred late last
Do you want
year,
to stay a little bit and watch some videos with us?
Look, I got to be a scientist.
Okay, perfect
I'm
then.
gonna
All
look
right,
at this
Tony.
through the
Cue what is
scientific
video
method, but
then?
I'm open to all possibilities. But it's going to be
This one is not. This is not
he's also
Irish
working with a
related
person who is
or
far
St.
more
Patty's
outspoken,
related, but it
and
is
even
good
I think at
advice.
times hopeful.
Oh, okay. So we can all use good advice.
To do it, you come across a mountain lion. If you're on a hike and you see a mountain lion, turn your back to it. That'll cause it to pounce on you. As soon as it does, RKO it into the ground. If another one approaches, just grab it and slam it into the other mountain lion. This one's super simple.
Yeah, he's got a new one coming out
Yeah,
later this year
absolutely.
too.
I was actually a little bit worried
Yes, he
about what
does.
kind of advice you're about to give us, but I actually have to agree with you. That is 100%
Extraterrestrial.
the way to go. Yeah, absolutely.
That isn't a book hypothesizing something.
Oh no, I didn't want to.
That's not what that
You gotta pull out the
that
RKO.
book says.
I mean, here's the thing though: if you were attacked by a big cat like that and it was proportionate size to you, really all you would need, I think, is a good fucking adrenaline rush to just grab a motherfucker and throw it. You know what I mean?
Point in that book, in depth.
Like, there's
If you
nothing
go
more
read that book,
like
there are some
a surge of strength when you
extraordinary
genuinely think you're about to fucking die.
extraordinary
You know what I
amounts of
mean?
data
If your fight or
that
flight kicks in,
I've
I mean, I
went and
hope in
looked
case
at
you're running
and
kicks in and then you go into
this
a little
is
ball. I mean,
why
that's what you got. But like, if you could get the pump of adrenaline, I would imagine it's very.
natural, and it was
I'm pretty sure, like, you know how people say, like, when people, like someone has to save someone from a car or something, and they were like, oh, you picked up the car, and it was just like pure adrenaline, that kind of a thing.
I'm out there
Oh, yeah.
searching for something.
Especially if you're like
actually
True, but he is working right now with the Galileo project.
What I'm talking about. That's not the mindset.
I saw a video
Avi's
once of
coming
where a guy
from.
was hiking and a bear came up, and so he tried to like go like up the side of a cliff to get away from it, and it followed him, and he started kicking the motherfucker in its face. And I was like, yeah, that's fucking metal. And the bear, like, at first the bear was like, I want this smoke, and then eventually the bear gave up and was like, I don't want this smoke. But it was a good fucking video.
No, there isn't an alternative
Kicking its
view
fucking face.
from Avi.
So yeah,
And,
this one a laser pointer
not
was
only,
distracted, especially with what my laser pointer
have I
is
sat
attached
next to him and looked in his eyeballs.
Oh, your gun. For some reason, I thought you were going to say your
discussed
dick, but then I
these subjects
remembered you have guns.
He
was
is
like,
passionate.
I don't know.
And he's a
I don't know. My head
singular
immediately
individual
goes
from
to
academia. We're talking about
That would be a
Harvard. We're
DOD
talking about the director of the Black Hole Institute. Right? This is a very, very serious
Is your
guy.
penis a
Very
weapon of mass destruction?
individual. And he understands data.
So I got the D for
At a level, I just said this before.
We actually have been joking
none
that
of us
Bobby's
can
Cryptic
comprehend.
Corner is the big cock club.
None of us. Forget it. You're not at that level.
Yeah.
You know,
My
Avi
secret
is
name
a
for it. Big cock
different
club.
guy.
All right, give us the next video.
And this is what he knows. It's not what he believes.
Bree's not here. I didn't reel off the rails.
Belief and believing in something is religious.
She's not here to like.
This is
She's not here to
fact.
give
This
us
is
looks
a
and get mad at
pragmatic,
us.
fact-based, data-driven
Okay,
position. that
here's
he is
another-
in.
Oh God, Enzo, don't do it.
That's
Don't
And
emulate her.
that's Avi's
Hold on, let me get my
own
scissors and pretend to
So
cut my
that's-
hair.
Why would he write this paper?
All right,
That's the
what's
question.
this?
The end of it yet,
And what a great way to end today's show and to get started with this drawing. You have a few moments left to put Alien in the live chat, if and only if you are watching this live. We have 250 people watching. We have 111 entries. One person will be able to win a $125
So that one was pickup
Amazon or
lines.
Starbucks
That was
gift card.
good, actually. I
What,
liked that one. That was
while
great.
we started off at
That was
$10,
great. The second one
it
was a
went
really
all
good
the way
pickup
up
line.
to
So,
125. So thank you for everyone that donated to that, and
I hate
it would
you.
make someone's day. Also,
Yes,
before
someone
we
got
do the
mad at
draw,
us about
if you
Bobby's
hit the
Cryptic
thumbs
Corner the
up
other
button,
night. Can I
if
just
you
tell
enjoyed
you?
today's show,
Okay.
hit
So somebody
the
on
like
Bobby's
button,
Cryptic Corner
alright?
commented that
Because
they didn't
that
like that we were
shows
laughing so
and
much. Like literally, that was
our
the
beautiful
comment.
guests
And
right
so,
here, our co-hosts.
what
that
I
we
loved
enjoyed
collectively
today's
was
show.
that the
So
whole
we're
of
gonna
Toddy
even
Waba
put
got on
Alien
Twitter
for
and
today's entry.
nicely bullied
You're
this
gonna have to
man.
watch the video first. Guys, go.
I was like, no, they were all very nice. They were just like,
Well
they were like,
said.
You
Well
could go
said.
other places. Like, we
Hey,
laugh on our show.
Micah
And it was just
and
like, no,
Christina,
you don't understand. This is
just
very
think it's an
serious.
honor and
You
a
need to
privilege
cut
to
it,
come
cut
in
out all
here
your
and
laughing
just-
and re-upload it. And we're just like,
get
yeah,
my
we're not going to
mind
do
out
that.
there. I don't speak enough.
And I just loved because I was like at work and my phone kept going off and like I didn't have to
opinion
keep
or
answering
thoughts
him.
out.
And collectively, all of
And
Toddy
to-
Waba was
to
just like
come in
nicely
here
yelling
with
at
the
him.
two
And I was
of
like,
you
God,
and
I
do
love
this as often
What
as
was
we
the
do. Just an
topic that
honor
he was
and a
mad
privilege.
about?
And
Thunderbirds.
Thank you for putting up with me. Thank you
Thunderbirds.
so
He
much.
was
Everybody
mad
have a great
because
day.
at one
Micah,
point,
behave.
Where are you going? We're not leaving
Bobby
this here. We're
said
going with you
the
right
Simpsons
here.
quote.
Oh.
And then we all started dying laughing.
But Jimmy,
and the man was mad.
What you have
Yeah, the
to
knife
say.
was
It's always a
bleeding.
pleasure, and I
20
truly
minutes
love
left.
these monthly roundtables. I
Bullying.
love
I missed out bullying
them
Jerry Asher
posted
because you did.
every single
You
month.
did
I know that
indeed.
people that are watching and
indeed.
listening
Hey,
all
Nightmare
enjoy
Darling.
these as well. So I'm
I
going
really
to say thank you, Jimmy and Micah, for doing this and sticking with me every single month. Let's do this drawing. You guys ready? Should we do a countdown? Let's just do it.
How do we do it?
You just gotta watch while I do the drawing.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna give everyone 5 seconds to put the word alien exactly as you see it here. Exactly
in the bottom corner. Yeah, so you guys were like laughing.
Only if you were watching this live. Ready? 5, 4.
Yeah, I made my screen big and saw it. Yeah.
One.
He says, how would you
Doing
like
the
to
drawing
come
right
in?
now.
Kari, you're sitting there giggling about the whole
got
thing.
half your year-round show.
This is cool.
This is serious. Yeah.
I did some checking.
Also, have you never watched our show? We literally just laughed through the entire thing. That's like the gag.
Congratulations. You just won.
Anyways, give me the next video. No more shit talking. The one person who commented something mean.
What kind of
Or the person who commented on one of our videos last night and we can't see it because
It's
YouTube blocked it
now,
because
for
it was
those
so
that
mean.
didn't see their name, I guarantee your name was in the entry, but it was so many names on there that it couldn't have gone through all of them in that short time frame.
Probably.
But if you wrote the term, the word alien,
It's so serious and it's so
jam-packed. Deranged Lunatic, please send me an email with your YouTube URL, and if you would like a Starbucks or
Why can't I hear
my
it?
email is in the description box below. As soon as you send that over to me, I'll get that prize sent over to you.
Yeah, this is just
And
like oh, get it. Never mind. Yeah. Get it. I love it. I love it.
Deranged Lunatic.
I'm not gonna lie, I love
today
Bill
to
Nye.
win such an awesome prize. Micah,
I
where can
love
people
him.
find
I
you
don't care what
online?
anyone says. I'm a huge Bill Nye fan. Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. Everyone hates on me for liking them. It's not that I like their science or their opinion. I just think they're both cool ass fucking dudes. Like I love their vibes about them.
At goldtop.com. Find me at goldtop.
Me either. Everyone like Brie always gets on me because she's like, they don't believe in aliens.
You have a great night, Mike. I'll send this to you.
Oh, my brother. See? He loves me so much. I love you too, Jimmy. Love both you guys. The fam. It's always great to be here.
I'll talk to you guys. Everybody have a great, safe, fun, amazing weekend, and I'll see everybody on Monday.
If you stand there just right, you look
All
like you're
right,
standing
what
straight
an
up.
awesome show today. Out of all the articles that we covered, which one was your favorite? Please let me know in the live chat. Please let me know in the comments as well. Deranged Lunatic, please send me that email. My email is below with your URL, and if you would like a Starbucks or Amazon gift card. All right. Also, if you want to continue this conversation, bring it over to the Discord server. That link is also below, where you can speak with 1,500 other like-minded members on everything, including your insights, your opinions, your thoughts, and your experiences. It's a very safe and friendly place to do all of that and more. Also, if you need help falling asleep, relaxing, meditating, check out my music channel at Cosmic Portals. That link is also below. We are so close to 1,000 subscribers, and this last track, Waterworld, when I was doing the edits, I fell asleep several times. So, like, you know it's good if the editor fell asleep, right? And also, please share the link to the 24/7 stream to newbies that are new to the UFO topic. All right, you can find that link right here on this channel. And Cassidy, thank you so much for sharing that Discord link as well. Deranged Lunatic, congratulations. I'm so happy for you, my friend. That is really, really awesome. Also, follow me on Twitter at eyes_on_skies, where you can find all of my updates and news. That is eyes_on_skies right on Twitter. That is it for today. I will see you next time. Be safe, and remember, keep your eyes on the skies.
All of a sudden, I heard breaking glass, and I look up, and the windows will come out, and this 5/8 glass is coming down. The homeless guy, he has he's just starts running. I OJ'd over the front of the car. I didn't even touch it, and I like I say, I thought someone had blown up the building with all the windows being popped out. I looked at Market Street and I see rubble, facade had fallen. There was a crystal store. right there in Union Rudy the store. He said, no, you need to leave.
Was this the one in '89?
Yes.
I got one with it. I was supposed to have my transgender surgery. My doctor and I were talking about this in September. And I said, like you, I wanted it He said, no, he's got a dream. I said, no, I can't do it. I'm going to medical treatment. I said, trust me, it's going to be cancer. They do, these things are playing 2 years in the brains. They cannot cancel medical treatment. Trust me, this one will be cancer. I didn't know what they were. He calls me up a couple weeks later and says, I'm still good for 31 years. I said, this is good. He says, did they cancel your medical condition? Yes, it was in San Francisco. And directly they tell them that they had to cancel it because they couldn't get it.
I had a client of mine was at the Meridian Hotel. He was on the 43rd floor.
You know what? Let's make some music on stream. I'm going to make some music on stream for everybody. I know there's probably nobody watching right now, but there could be. I'm going to make some fucking cool music. I'm going to put this on. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to go like this. And share this one with this. Go to FL Studio. Let's make some music. So we can go to our new patches. Hey, Dab. I have a noisy bass potentiometer. Can you hear me? I have like a noisy bass potentiometer, like I said before, and then a speaker. Can we try to? How do we fix that? We put another potentiometer in, or what? Also, I think one of okay. Yeah, and maybe a wire went bad. Maybe I think one wire went bad for the back right speaker. The back far right speaker. It has crackling, like there's some weird like cheap ass wire that's failing. No, I mean everything is not cheap, but it always fails. You know, it's like it fails at some point. I keep connecting it and disconnecting it. No, I didn't do that in the back of the AVR. That shit's like high. That shit's really high up. It's hard to do that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think it's just like maybe one wire is bad. I don't think the connection on the AVR got fucked up, but huh? No. I've been pushing in and out all the things on the back. It's really easy to feel that because it's a nice wire and cable. No, I did. I did. Yeah. So I've come down to the conclusion that it's a wire problem because it really has that quality. I don't know about that wire. I'm not sure. Maybe. Yeah, I don't even know where that wire goes. I haven't even seen it in ever forever. Well, is there any way of cutting the wire and making the fucking connections? But if the wire is in the wall, is there a way of stripping it down and like reconnecting it? Huh? Because it's doing some weird crackling shit. Like it's like it's not having a like real secure connection. No, I don't think it's not a blown speaker. It's not like that because it's not all the time. Because sometimes the connection was good, but it's something to do with the wire connection. Because I've experimented with it. I think it's just another one of the 100 fucking wire problems I've had with audio now. It just always fails. I don't know what the fuck. I really wish we could invent a fucking audio cable that would just last forever with connectivity and continuity or whatever. My V Moto's fucking got I let Maya use my two different my Beats by Dre and my V Moto in-ear headphones for producing music, and somehow they all got blown out. It was very weird. She said she didn't do anything weird, but yeah, that's a good idea. I'll try. I mean, oh wow, okay. I'll try to contact them about the V Moto because I really like those in-ear headphones, man. They're good. Yeah. Yeah.
So he hands me his Nevada driver's license. I lived in Minnesota at the time, so I gave him mine. Lear handed his, handed it to a guy on the south side of the fence. He brings it over to the supervisor in one of the armored personnel carriers. We still have the lights on us, still have the little red dots. Light turns on in the armored personnel carrier, and I hear, oh, it's good all in Lear. Lights went off, the red dots went away, and everybody dispersed. And it's
that's one of my favorite stories.
Yeah, and I was with Lear, and no one is more more well known in Nevada than John Lear, and he's just a real character. So, and I was with him the first day I saw an F-117. This was in '89, January of '89. It was also the day that I met Bob Lazar for the first time.
You met Bob?
Good friends with Bob.
Yeah.
Wow.
I've known before he actually got When was the last time you spoke with Bob?
thought I was going to go back to high maintenance. Basically, what I had to explain in my training in the monastery, if you take the girl out of the monastery, I only wear makeup now.
littlest guy, scale of 1 to 10, you and I being a 1, Ron being a 2. Scale of 1 to 10.
Hey, Ron, I sent you another picture.
Yeah.
You got it. I'm going to show it. Yeah. I'm going to put Jim on here.
And,
you know, Jim, in the same context, all my relation of family, blood family, I'm disowning this inherent. Decorated war hero, but disowning this inherent.
Yeah.
You know, but I am probably not told Aunt Cheryl, probably about 25 to 30 households. Okay. So I have had every stage of child changing their diapers or whatever. It's been an enriching experience, and they will wear you out.
Well, it was my daughter. I was living over in the Island, Washington. I was married to a fraud. Before that, and before that, I was married. I was with the Antichrist. Yeah, don't joke.
Yeah, that just gets me.
I'd amount the gate.
Yeah.
He sent me an email with that. I asked him some questions, and he came out, and he said, and I had to read it twice. Like, yeah, think about it.
Yeah. So yeah, my daughter comes up. She's 15 years old. Beautiful girl. And she said, "Dad, I have something to tell you." I said, "What's that, Alicia?" She said, "I'm a lesbian." I said, "Good for you, I'm an Aries." I'd known since she was 11 years old. She didn't know it, but I knew it. I said, that's where she had it. And I think she was testing me to see if I'd turn my back on her. And I never could. I mean, he said, you're my daughter. He said, we may not be in the same ethnicity, since she's 100% Korean, and I'm not. You're my daughter. I look at you, I don't see anything else but my daughter.
Give her a hi for me. You'll say
I will. And when she got married the first time to her partner, I gave them both away. And when she married Beth, I was the best. I was the best man. They were married in my ex-wife's backyard. Now my first wife and I were very close. We lost 2 kids. And she's like my sister today. And I go out there with my wife, go back to Minnesota. We stay with my ex-wife. And my ex-wife and my last wife, my first wife and my last wife really like each other. And it's nice. It's very rare. A lot of Shelley's girlfriends. You can let your ex-husband stay in your house when you go out and do something. He said, we paid for it. said, he's not going to take anything. That'd be just more crap he has to take home with him.
Let me just show you what Cheryl has blessed us beyond the photo.
Outstanding.
Yeah, let's get this.
You weren't kidding. That's Glamour magazine, right there.
I'm very excited.
That was my
1980s.
That was my PR picture for a talk radio program I had at a radio station in DC. It was a talk show. It was kind of like an Art Bell kind of program on Saturday night.
Oh, no way.
And that was my promotion picture.
That reminded me of, I'm trying to think of the name of the show I watched. My grandmother used to make us All My Children. That's like All My Children headshot from the 80s, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
I was going to say, everybody knows, I'm sorry, I'm just going to, while Anthony goes, I'm going to drop links to Cheryl as well as Jim's links to Amazon books and all that stuff. That's fun. But I'm sorry, go ahead, Ant.
No, I was just going to say, Jim was talking before about my son, and he was getting ready for a bodybuilding competition this week. And you guys all know my son. He's been following him, his bodybuilding. This is how big he is now. Check this kid out. He's a monster.
Gosh.
How old is he? 18 years old. He's a monster.
And he's good looking. He's good looking at that.
He's like a monster. He looks just like his father.
Yeah. Just a second. I gotta roll up my pant legs.
He devotes every waking minute to bodybuilding, this kid, and he's brilliant. He's a good kid. I love him.
Yeah.
I'm blessed.
Now we've been showing pictures of our past. I'm not going to show a picture of my past when I was at 375 pounds, which is 205 today. I showed my wife a picture of me when I was at my peak, and she said, "You could have walked right by me in the store, and I would not have recognized you."
Yeah.
And I lost 115 pounds in 5 months.
Wow.
I'm trying to lose.
That help this diabetes, okay? And I did, and I started getting sicker. And I didn't know why. Turned out I've been diagnosed with Agent Orange disease.
Oh my God.
And burning off the fat is where the poison was.
Jeez.
How did you find that out?
Huh?
Did you just find that out recently, or has it been a? I mean, I'm not trying to get.
No. I'm open to it. It was last summer. I was having some issues, and finally, after 50 years, if you believe it, I'm looking at Veterans Administration. And I went in, and they checked me out, and they said, "Hey, here's the deal." And I had lost 2 cousins to this. They were Marines, and they were in the jungle, and they got sprayed on. I wasn't sprayed on, but I was in a place where they fuel these kinds of aircraft with that stuff. And so there was an exposure to it. And they're talking about a 20 or 30%.
Sorry to hear that, Joe.
And yeah, I take good care of myself. A lot of people go and dip their Nile and do all the wrong things. I take very good care of myself.
Yo.
Awkward moment of silence.
No, I think all night. Yeah, I want to just because I'm going to bring it up. There was a question before she asked. She said, "Can anyone buy a submarine that's decommissioned?"
Yeah, the Australians are buying our 5 of our. They want 5 Virginia class, but I don't think they can get them. They'll probably get some of the 688 eyes. They're on 5 or 6, and they're getting grants to offer it. Astute, I think it is, class submarine. So they want fast attacks because of China.
Yeah, they do.
And
I mean, we're going to have mixed crews if they do this.
they already have mixed crews.
Deal. They're going to, if they don't already, they do now. Yeah. The mixed crews, because you just don't throw a bunch of people on a submarine. There's an acquired skill over time. So you got to have real submariners pass along that institutional knowledge.
So they have their diesel electrics. The Aussies do. So they will bring their best people from their conventionally powered subs over to the new powered ones.
Now, diesel boats are a blast. They really are. They're cramped, but they're a blast.
Have you ever been on an old diesel submarine by any chance, Cheryl? Or were they already decommissioned?
No, it was a decommissioned boat. I had an opportunity. In fact, they were trying to. It's a museum now, and they were trying to talk me into being a tour guide, because when I came around the tour, I'm very familiar with Dado class boats. So I'm sitting here pointing all this stuff out to my 2 friends that are on the tour with me, right? And they asked me if I wanted to be a tour.
I think they're fascinating, the old diesel submarines. I like the way they look. When they come out of the water, they look like a regular ship.
Well, they were faster on the surface. They could do 20 knots plus on the surface with the diesels running, and maybe 8 knots submerged. If you wanted to be quiet, 2 knots. And but it was a very, the living conditions were atrocious. Compared to what, like the shower, they used to store potatoes in them. Because there was no fresh water to take a shower, So you came back from a 60-day patrol and you stunk like a pig. You were like that.
But on your boomers, the desalinization equipment, it makes 12,000 gallons of water a day.
Fast attacks were pretty good with that too.
But the object that gets first choice on that water is the reactor, and then for basic living, for water for cooking and whatever. But you may not, if all of a sudden you're on, you're running ultra quiet, safer temperature.
Turn off the lights. Hey Siri, turn the light on. Turn the light on, Siri.
The good old McChicken.
One of the very first ones in the United States, and he worked.
Lush hooker?
Yes, exactly.
Hey, no lush hooker.
Well, good evening, friends. Pro-life leader Frank Pavone here, director of Priests for Life. Welcome to Praying for America. We are live tonight, and I didn't have the usual intro because once again, I'm here in the studio. Myself had staff here all day, of course, doing other kinds of tapings, but I said, I want to go live tonight. I didn't have any conflicting appointments, and so here I am with you. I see your comments coming in. And please feel free to let me know what's on your mind. I'll take some time in the show tonight to answer some questions. Some of them I have here already that have come in. Others feel free to ask. But the basic question that frames the theme of this show is, are we living in a police state now? And I think you know the answer, but I want to show some of the characteristics of a police state, and you can decide for yourself whether those characteristics have come to the fore here in America. And of course, that affects all the issues we're concerned about, right to life and all our other rights. And we have got to do something about it, primarily through the elections, of course. But let me start with our scripture reading, and I want to say a word relating the scripture reading to today, St. Patrick's Day. I'm sure many of you are celebrating it in various ways. Our best regards to all our Irish brothers and sisters, and we'll give a little thought about that as well. So, Acts of the Apostles, chapter 4, I want to start with verse 5. On the next day, their rulers and elders and scribes gathered together in Jerusalem with Annas the high priest and Caiaphas, and John and Alexander and all who were of the high priestly family. And when they had set them, that is the apostles, in their midst, they inquired, by what power or name do you do this? Then Peter, filled with the Holy Spirit, said to them, rulers of the people and elders, if we are being examined today concerning a good deed done to a crippled man, and by what means that man has been healed, let it be known to all of you and to all the people of Israel that by the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, whom you crucified, whom God raised from the dead, by him this man is standing before you well. This Jesus is the stone that was rejected by you, the builders, which has become the cornerstone. And there is no salvation in anyone else, for there is no other name under heaven given among men by which we must be saved. Let us pray. Lord God, we praise you for the salvation that is found only in one name, the name of Jesus Christ. As we live in America, as we work to save America, as we pray for America, may we always be intent on invoking that name, trusting in that name as our founders did, and proclaiming that name to the ends of the earth. We ask this in that same name, Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Well, friends, it's one of my favorite scripture passages. No other name by which we must be saved. You know, we can be of all different denominations, and on Praying for America, we bring together Christians from all parts of the body of Christ, and that's one of my great joys in this work. But it is the one name that we all confess and proclaim. If there are religious leaders who are soft or iffy about whether Jesus Christ alone is the only Savior of the world, don't listen to anything else they have to say, because they're way off the track. Christianity, the proclamation of the gospel, the living of the gospel, begins by the firm, unambiguous declaration that there is only one Savior. His name is Jesus. He is the way, the truth, and the life. And that in the end, every knee must bow in the heavens, on the earth, and under the earth, and every tongue confess that he is Lord. That's something we all profess. That's something we all believe. And that is something which, if any religious leader in any denomination, as they say, is sort of waffling on that, well, they've certainly
high enough level to understand it all. You know what I mean? But it's all normal, and I agree. I mean, it's a tool, and what I always do when I go out is I cleanse everything before I go out. I cleanse myself. I know a lot of people don't like to cleanse themselves before they go because then they said they can't make communication. No, you can still communicate, but by protecting yourself, you are not going to communicate with anything dark or negative. You know what I mean? You're just going to communicate with something that wants to be heard or has a message for somebody, you know? So I always, and then when I'm done, I cleanse everything before I put everything back in the car. I cleanse everything, every tool, every piece of equipment I use, because you're using that equipment to make contact. You know, if the intention is there. So, you know, I just did a thing not too long ago with a friend of mine who has 2 haunted dolls. You know, these things don't just attach to dolls. They can attach to anything, you know, anything you have, they can attach to. So I cleanse before I cleanse. After, I protect 24/7. I go above and beyond the call of duty. And I tell people all the time, I got a lot of friends who are swatchers. And they go in the woods, you know, they got their 45s and their Bowie knives, you know. And I know, yeah, you have to protect physically, but you have to protect spiritually as well, because you don't know what you're walking into who was there before you, who done what in there, who conjured what. So you better be protected physically and spiritually when you go in the woods. Otherwise, you may come out a different person.
Yeah, you know, and that is so true. A week ago tonight, I was at the LBL, and we went to the kill site, and on our way driving there, you know, I mean, on my whole trip going there, you know, I was doing my protection, my grounding, the whole 9 yards. But from our campsite to the kill site, you know, I did my little white light and all that good stuff, you know, on the way there, just because, you know, we were going looking, you know, for the cryptid side of things, but however, we did run some EVP sessions too, you know, so you just never know.
No, you don't know what's coming through. You don't know what you're walking into. I have a location here that we go to that is so off the charts. My team psychic, and she's Native American too. She said she's never felt energy like this place ever before. And she's in Arkansas with all of that quartz crystal and everything else. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The energy in Arkansas must be through the roof with all that quartz crystal. And she said this place is just off the charts. It's just unbelievable. And she says, you know, you have to, because she believes that it's because the energy is so high that portals naturally happen there and stuff comes in and out all the time. You know what I mean? And and we have seen, you name it, we've seen Bigfoots there, we've seen dogmen there, we've seen gnomes there, we've seen fairies there, we've seen shadow figures there, everything. We've seen UFOs there. As a matter of fact, we think we lost 2 hours of time, but that's another story.
Wow.
No, I mean, it's just, the place is off the charts. It really is. Yeah.
You know,
well, I have a question for you. What do you think when it comes to seances? Now, because you have to have a group of people normally to perform one of these, do you think that opens up everybody in the group? I mean, I understand that, you know, we're talking about opening a door, but do you think that it opens up every individual in the group to be susceptible?
I don't think it opens up everybody. I think what the seance does is all like-minded people with one intention to create something, to open something up. But more than anything, it's using everybody's energy to create that opening, to create that portal. So you may have somebody at the table who's a non-believer, who thinks it's all a crock of shit, you know what I mean? But he's engaged with the next people on either side of him who are believers, so they're still using his energy, you know what I mean? Whether it's negative or positive, it's energy to be used, you know? I did a thing at the Hoover House in Pennsylvania last year. Oh my God, with table tipping and stuff like this. Oh my God, it was off the charts.
Mhm.
My wife looked under the table for wires. That's how crazy it was. She's like, no, there's no wires under the table, you know? Oh
Yeah.
my God. Yeah.
Yeah. Real quick, War Criminal 7 says he likes EVPs with digital recorder and spirit box, but he's not comfortable doing it. And honestly, when I was at the LBL, he was the one of them that I was there with, and it was his recorder that I was using. So, you know, and people don't, they're not comfortable doing it because you are, you know, essentially inviting something, you are communicating with something, you know?
Yeah, well, then you know what? He probably shouldn't do it. If he's not comfortable doing it, then he shouldn't do it.
Yep,
You know, and
that's what I
like
told
that
him.
recorder, he should just give that recorder to you, or transfer that recording over to you. This way, he's not carrying it around with him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, I wouldn't do it if you don't feel comfortable about doing stuff. Don't do it. I've been to investigations when I was a kid. 16 years old. It was my brother. My brother lived out on Long Island by the Amityville Harbor. Amityville he lived in. So one night, me, him, and a bunch of his friends, all these paranormal guys, were going over to Amityville to the house to check it out. You know,
Yeah.
I was the photographer because that's what I did. As I went to school for photography, so I was the photographer in the group, and we were sitting in the car. And as we were getting closer and closer to the house, I was getting more and more anxiety, and I was like, you know what? This is a bad idea. Maybe we should turn around and we shouldn't do it. And my brother's like, you're the biggest guy. At 16, I was the biggest guy in the car. You're the biggest guy in the car. You want to turn? I was like, Frank, you don't understand. This is not about physical, you know, fitness and stuff like that. There's something dark there, man. You know, I'm feeling something dark. And then when we pulled into the driveway is like a mile long with these giant trees. And as we were going down the driveway, we finally got to the end of the driveway, and everybody started getting out. I just gave my brother the camera and said, I'm not going in there.
Yeah.
I said, you do whatever you have to do. I'll wait for you here in the car, you know? And he goes, like, my brother's like, you got to be kidding me. And I was like,
yeah.
My brother, with all of his intelligence and research and everything else, he's never really had a lot of paranormal experiences. He doesn't feel stuff the way I do, or me and my sister do. We're more like my mother. You know what I mean? He's seen one UFO as a kid and riding over the Alps in Italy on a bicycle. You know what I mean? I've seen a million UFOs, you know, and I told him not going in there, Frank. And he's like, okay. And he went in and they did their thing and nothing happened to anybody.
Yeah.
But maybe that warning was for me. You know, and maybe if I went in there, something would have happened to me. So I never left the car. And I did that again with a couple of my best friends. We went to this mansion in Connecticut in the middle of the woods. It was a creepy little town. It was like, you know, as soon as we pulled in, the sheriff was like, what are you guys doing here? You know, and I'm like, we're going to the diner to get something to eat, you know, because my friend was going to school to fix cars. And it was in Connecticut, and he had met somebody from that town, was going to school there. He said, you guys got to come up to this mansion. My friend's car, he had a Barracuda, so it was all souped up. And, you know, it was a badass car. It really was, you know.
Yeah.
So the sheriff wasn't happy that we rolled into town with this Barracuda. And we went to that house. And, again, I mean, I went there. I got a bad vibe. It didn't make any sense to me that you had this zillion-dollar home in the middle of the woods up against the lake with all kinds of stuff still in it, crystals and marble and all this, and nobody ever stole anything out of the place.
Yeah.
No one ever, when the kids didn't go in there to party, you know. So when it was time to go in, I was walking around the grounds taking photographs.
Wow.
And I got a picture of somebody on the top floor looking out at me. There was nobody in there, right? But when it was time to go in, I gave my cameras to my friends, you know, and they went in, and one went down into the basement and one went upstairs, and the guy went upstairs, got thrown down marble steps, and these steps were so wide. They had to be like 8 feet wide. You could have drove a car up them, you know.
Wow.
Something threw him down head over heels, and my other friend was down in the basement. It was like a game room or something, you know, with the pool tables and all the heads on the walls. And he said he got attacked by, he called it a creature because it ripped his shirt off his back and left 3 scratches across his chest. and they came running out of there in the middle of the night, screaming high heaven. And the only thing I was asking, where are my cameras? I need my cameras for school. You know, don't leave my cameras in there. But they can't. I mean, but again, I got the feeling like this place wasn't safe. So if if you think you shouldn't do it, then you shouldn't do it. We vet everybody before we go out. My psychic vets everybody. She reads everybody. If you have subconscious fear, you can't go. You can't go. You have to stay home. You can't even be on the grounds with us because you're like a bullseye, a beacon for these things. You know what I mean? So we don't let anybody come.
Not only like, mentally, but physically too. You can't be, having a cold or, something going on either. I mean, you have to be at your best. I wholeheartedly agree with you on that.
I was just getting ready to say that. Yeah, absolutely. Have you ever went to a location, but yet even driving through a town to get there or just leading up to where you're going is so creepy. You get that vibe and it's like everything you prepared for goes right out the window. You're just like, oh, Jesus, now I know I'm in for it. You already know before you even get there.
You know that I don't usually go against my gut feeling. When I get a gut feeling, I usually stick with my gut. But every now and then I roll the dice, you know what I mean? Because I've traveled a long distance to get there, and I put a lot of money into the trip, you know what I mean? Yeah. So I'm going to force myself to, even though every fiber of my being says don't do it, I push the envelope. But far and few between. I've been very lucky. Nothing has ever happened to me on those trips. But if you have any doubt about what you're doing, then don't do it. I can't emphasize how important intent is. It really is. Your intentions are so big, big. Yeah. And not even your conscious intentions, but your subconscious intentions. Because you may think I'm just going there to do research, but in the back of your head, you're thinking, man, I hope something dark happens. I see a demon or something, but you're not telling everybody you're with that, right?
Right.
But that intention is there, So it's a big deal. It really is.
Yep. Wholeheartedly agree with you on that. So when did you, I got to know. So when did you meet John Zaffis?
Okay. What happened with John? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said, when did you meet John Zaffis?
Oh, I met John years ago down at the Jersey Paranormal. What's it called? Oh man, I can't think of it. John Rosario puts it together. It's the Paranormal Unity event. It's called Paranormal Unity event in New Jersey, and I met John Zaffis down there years ago. But I was supposed to go out with him 2 or 3 times over the years at events that he was going to be at, that we were going to investigate at, and something always came up and knocked me out of the box, so I never got. So then recently we did something and he was there, and I got to actually work with him, and he's a fun guy, a really good guy. And then a couple of weeks ago we did something. We were doing an art museum over in Orange County, New York. And everybody was meeting at a restaurant before, and we're all having dinner, getting ready to go. And nobody knew Zaffis was going to come. And all of a sudden, Zaffis walks into the restaurant and sits like, "Oh, you're really? I can't believe you're coming." I go, "What made you come?" He said, "I just felt like coming." I was like, "Cool." Yeah. And we had a great night that night. That was an amazing night. I left early because during the middle of one of our EVP sessions, they were working with the plasma box. And John's got an amazing ear. He can hear everything. I was sitting on some steel chairs and they started killing my back. And I was like, you know what? I got shit I got to do tomorrow. If I stay here any longer, I won't be able to get out of bed tomorrow. So I left early. But even though I left at 10 o'clock, I think they stayed there till the wee hours. But even though I left at 10, we got in the place at 5. So I had 5 hours of investigating. I don't know if you've seen the stuff I put up with the quartz crystal talking to the dolls, and it was spinning one way, then it spun the other, then it stopped. I mean, and then actually one of the dolls actually made it swing on a 45-degree angle towards the person who owned it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was just amazing stuff. That night I went all old school. I decided to go all old school, and no ITC stuff.
Yeah.
Strictly old school. Still didn't get my 35mm film developed yet, but
that's cool. That's really
my Polaroids. I didn't catch anything on them. You know, John thought I had caught a couple of things, but when we went back, we debunked it that it wasn't really anything.
Yeah.
You know, so it was just stuff that was hanging on the wall, nonsense.
Yeah.
But yeah, I did. I went all old school, but that place was crazy because when I go out with, like, again, it was all paranormal investigators, like 5 different teams, you know, and it's very, very cool when you work with them because some people you worked with before, some people you haven't, it's new, you know, and I like to just go and do my own thing, you know what I mean? And I went down into the basement where this building, which is an art school now, used to be a funeral parlor, and they still had the embalming fluid sinks downstairs. So I went down into the basement, and as soon as I got off the landing, I felt like I was on a boat in bad waters, rough waters. I was walking like this because I was hanging up jingle bells. You know, I was doing all old school stuff. You know, had these jingle bells. I guess the jingle bells rang and everything, and I was like, man, this is so weird. I never felt this before, you know? And then as I was in the back of the basement, another woman came down, and she's walking across, and she was doing the same thing I did. She goes, are you feeling this? I go, yeah, I'm feeling it. It's crazy, you know? I had never had that experience ever before, you know? And we went in there, and we did that. And then when I was in there, for some reason, I don't know why, every now and then, I'll hear a voice that says, touch this, do that, you know, and a little voice in my head said, touch the foundation, because it was made out of stone. And I'm a big fan of the tape theory, you know, the stone tape theory, right? Mm-hmm. So I touched the foundation, and then the voice said to me again, touch the door. And it looked like an old, thick door. It was like 4 inches thick from like the 1800s. And I touched these 2 pieces, the door and the wall, and I got the image in my mind's eye of the Underground Railroad. Now, there was a girl there who did all the history on the house, and there was no mention of the Underground Railroad. At one point, we were doing the plasma box, and there was another woman there who was a big TV star. She's a psychic too. And we're doing the plasma box, and we're talking, yada, yada, yada. And I was like, oh, I don't know. I asked the girl, I said, her name was Nicole. I said, Nick, you're the historian. Was this house used for the Underground Railroad? And she said, no, there's no records of this house being used, but the town was. And then the woman who's a TV star, the real psychic, right? Not me. And she says, what made you say that, Al? And I told her why, and she says, oh my God, I did the same thing when I was down there. She said, and I got the same image in my mind's eye as well. So maybe they were hiding slaves in there because, you know, it was a funeral parlor. Nobody wanted to go downstairs in the basement or whatever. But
yeah,
I mean, and then there was another room off the main room, which is like a sunroom. That's just the energy that was in there wasn't dark, but it didn't want us there. Like when you opened the door to go in, you felt like a force pushing you out. And again, this woman who's the psychic, she felt the same thing. And she's like, you feel that? And I went in there with my dowsing rods. And what I did was I painted my dowsing rods with orange reflective paint, right? So when I'm in there in the dark and I'm filming, or someone else is filming in UV or IR, you can see those things spinning like a helicopter tops, you know, if the UV light is hitting it or the IR light is hitting it. And I was sitting in there, and these things were just going crazy, absolutely crazy. And it just did not want anybody in that room. You know, I was like, do you want us out here? He said, yes, I want you out, you know. Those were, to me, were the only 2 rooms that had a lot of energy. We were waiting for the people on the 3rd floor to leave but they were there all goddamn night. And I know they went up there eventually, and they did stuff. They did work upstairs as well. I ran up there while we weren't supposed to go up there while other people were up there, but I went up there anyway, and I just took pictures. I didn't do anything else but to take pictures, and I didn't get anything in my photographs. And then, like I said, I left early because my back was killing me, and it was funny too because on the way back I called Brian, right, and I said, "Dude, I just left the investigation, and we're talking, and 2 UFOs show up in front of me, and I'm telling Brian about this, these UFOs." And Brian goes on the New York State flight paths for the airports around here to see if there was anything coming out of any of the local airports. He goes, "Dude, there's nothing coming out of any of those airports around you." I go, "Dude, these are not planes." Believe me, what I'm looking at, these are not planes, But if I didn't leave at that time, I would have never seen those things. So maybe I was destined to leave at that time. I don't know.
Right. Wow, that's crazy. Crazy stuff. Well, we met John Zaffis here a couple weeks ago, and his table was right next to ours, so we chatted quite a bit with him. And actually, Brandy ended up singing some karaoke with him, and Letitia Nunley gave him a shoulder massage because he was stiff from his flight. He had been trying 2 days to get out of Connecticut to fly to Michigan.
Wow.
And he may or may not have come across another haunted doll while we were there.
Oh, jeez. Yeah.
Yeah. It came in a raffle type of thing, and this woman said, "Hey, John, this is not going home with me.
Did he take
Here's your gift." She's like,
wow.
"Here." Now, and the funny thing was about it is when it was sent to the person to make up these things for the raffle, we were there at the Potographs Pearfest 4 there in Michigan, and when it was sent in a box, but it had a kitchen knife in it.
Oh man, come on. Yeah,
we don't know why it had a kitchen knife in it.
Yeah, that's I'm out.
And it was just really creepy. So Mr. Zaffis went home with that doll.
Yeah.
Girl. If anyone's going to go home with it.
Yeah, he went home with the doll.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
We're like, nobody's taking that doll home,
No, absolutely not. I mean, the 2 dolls that we were working with the night I was with John, they didn't have anything negative attached to them. They just had energy attached to them.
Sure.
It wasn't anything dark or negative where you couldn't bring the dolls in your house or you had to put her under glass surrounded by salt. No, there's just energy attached to these two particular dolls, but nothing negative. I don't play with anything negative. If people call me, I was supposed to do a cleansing with John Zaffis and Larry and Deb Elward, right from up here. That Larry's a priest and an exorcist, and Deb is a psychic. And I found out the second time I met John, I found out that they were actually related. You know what I mean? They didn't even know they were related, but they did a lot of work together. So now they're actually found out they were related somewhere down the line. And I was telling him that, I had gotten these people to get to cleanse a friend of mine who went swatching in the woods and came back with something dark, And he's like, "Al, you got to help me. I got my grandkids living with me." And I was like, let me reach out to these people I know. They live in Connecticut. This guy lives in Connecticut. They just worked out, and they got rid of it.
Yeah.
So then when I had another client call me and needed something, and she's got some really dark stuff going on there, I was like, well, this is above my pay grade. So when I was telling Larry and Deb about it, they were telling John. So then John North America.
Hey Siri. Oh, there's my phone. Okay. I don't even know if I'm fucking streaming. I'm still streaming? Holy shit.